Okay, this time I think we're actually live for real. Okay, this time we're
Let's
live.
go.
Hang on a second. I am streaming in 1080p, right? I should double check that. Oops, I was playing on my phone. Uh, Hopefully the audio didn't feedback too badly. Uh, yeah, streaming in 1080p. All right, that's good. Uh, Hello. If we are correctly, successfully live now, still getting little things set up. Uh, but yeah. So I don't know. What do we even
I
have to
just
get set up?
I just realized I might run into an audio problem if uh you can hear through my speakers
Oh
my
yeah.
sound.
Are
I think
you?
there's a way on
You
Discord to set your mic, your input and output separately, so let me do that really quick.
yeah, you should be able to.
Well, I know it's possible, but can I is a different question.
Oh, hi, Gina, bro. That's you're in chat. You're Kaylee, right? Yes. Hi. Still getting things set up here, but me and my friend here, we're gonna be reading this visual novel, which should be on screen. Yeah, it's on screen. All right.
Wait, say
Uh,
something else.
I'm saying other things.
Okay, and you can hear me.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay.
I should be good to go then.
Okay. I don't know. Should we get started? I should actually post the link to this in our little server with our friends here in case any of them are actually curious about this. Uh, okay. I don't want to get started.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Briefly, I'm Werb, the one whose channel this is, as you might imagine, as anyone who's watched me before would recognize in my voice that I'm speaking with right now. Eve, who are you?
I'm Eve. I'm not the one whose channel this is. Um, I am Werb's friend and have been hearing about uh, this story for years and not read it, even though I know I should. So this is a great opportunity for me.
Yeah. Uh, and how much do you know about the flower that bloomed nowhere? Which I'm assuming is 100% from things that I've said.
Pretty much. I know one other person who's read it, and we haven't talked much about it. I know you compare it to the Loch Tomb a lot, which I love. And I think there's a dead lesbian and probably an alive one.
There's dead
That's
people,
my
there's
informed guess.
lesbians. I'm not going to confirm or deny the overlap of those two properties.
Okay, good enough for me. I love both those things.
Great.
And I've heard it described by you. This is very minor Loch Tomb spoilers, but not really, as like the lictors if they actually had good scheming going, and also maybe something about grad school. And that's pretty much all I remember. So
Yeah,
I'm
I think
excited to get
those
into it.
comparisons I would not say they're necessarily primary things about the story, but they are things with a little bit of they're things with a little bit of relevance that I probably brought out in particular to try and make it appeal to you. And I
To lure
know,
me in.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the grad school thing, I'm sure you remember, was me trying to make it sound good to a different friend who probably would not like it as much as I think you would, but trying to get her to read it based off of the grad school thing was funny. Also, yeah, in chat I'm
Something for
seeing,
everyone.
yeah. So Gina, bro, or Kaylee, I don't know which one you want to be called, but you saw the video I made on Wanderstop, even though in the community that you were in up until like 20 minutes ago, I never actually talked about my YouTube channel. That's really cool. Hope you liked
Oh
it.
dang, you broke containment.
Yeah. I broke containment in the community of people who like that particular niche game, and now we're talking about or reading another niche game. So let's get started. Eve and I are basically going to go taking turns, sort of reading the dialogue for different characters. I'm probably also going to take all the narration. I don't know how much it's going to be narrated. Maybe it's like 50% narration and I'm saying most of it. I don't know, because I don't know how exactly they've adapted this to the visual novel format. Because, oh yeah, I should probably explain a little for those who might not be aware. So The Flower That Bloomed Nowhere is, as you probably would have gathered from Eve explaining what she knows about it, is a web novel that is basically a science fiction murder mystery toxic yuri epic. Super ambitious story, and genuinely one of my favorite things, despite the fact that, and because of the fact that it is very, very long. I think it is absolutely fantastic. It is something of a slow burn where you have to get a good amount into it before it starts to before you start to understand why it needs to be as long as it is. But I think it's more than worth it. I have read it more than once. And yeah, and then I know that the author is working on this visual novel adaptation to, get it to more people, and the demo for it, just that we have open right here, just dropped today, and that's why I am here streaming it. I should also mention, I feel like it's relatively significant to mention for some of the people that might be here watching, The Flower That Bloomed Nowhere is also, as a story, very inspired by the visual novel Umineko, which is also one of my favorite stories. I am assuming some of the people who have come here in chat, based off of what communities I told about this stream, also like Umineko. There are connections there. There's a lot of new different things that The Flower That Bloomed Nowhere does, but there are clear points of inspiration. So yeah, this is only the demo of the story. It's basically, it's not even really going to there's not going to be a plot climax yet. It's just the introduction, the beginning, introducing the characters, some of the ideas, as a teaser for an eventual full visual novel release, probably still in multiple parts, but the full thing is going to happen eventually. So eventually you will have the choice of whether to read this story in web novel form, fully prose, or visual novel form, sort of a video game. But right now, there's just the demo for the visual novel, and the web novel is still ongoing, but, has way more than just a demo. Anyway, now with all of that said, let's get started. And by get started, I mean we're going to have to figure out audio levels. So if anyone in chat could just tell me if the text sounds or the music when it starts are too loud, how much I should maybe turn them down, let me know. And in fact, also, Eve, you too, because you're also getting it streamed to you over Discord. In fact, I'm probably just gonna turn it down to an extent right now, and anyone in chat can tell me if I have to turn it down even more. Okay, so, as I said, I'll be reading the narration, so let's get started. Oh.
I can't hear the music right now at all.
There's no music yet, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. That would explain why I can't hear it.
All right. Anyway. Oh, welcome back. Did you manage to get some proper rest? That's good. I still do it, even when I'm in a domain where you're allowed to skip it. Keeps you grounded, I take it you're planning on heading back inside? Well, I'm not some busybody from the Waywatch. It's hardly my business to judge you. I'll warn you again, though. I still think you're barking up the wrong tree. It was a long time ago now, but I remember when I was enticed by the riddle myself, convinced I understood. Humans are creatures that need narratives. We're always drawn to see our own stories in the world around us, to imagine everything we perceive exists to fulfill a role in the arc of our lives. Only to be surprised when reality fails to meet our expectations. I guess it's like Socrates is supposed to have said, huh? I know only that I know nothing. Then again, he also said that the sole purpose of philosophy is preparation for death. So, that shows how much he knows. Excuse me. Stupid joke.
Hey, I laughed.
I don't even know what was supposed to be funny. Anyway, if you'll let me give you a little bit of advice, I'd at least pace yourself a bit. I'm sure you've noticed that your sense of time can get distorted in there if you don't take long enough breaks to reorient yourself. Once, I had a whole month go by, just lost myself in the patterns. At a certain point, it didn't even feel like I had a body anymore. Though, I've heard some people actually like that part. But look, all I'm saying is, there's no rush. It's not as though there's a surefit typo in the visual or is that a typo, or do I just not know that word? I don't know.
That's
anyway,
a word. Can I pronounce it? No.
Okay,
but it exists.
I do not know that word. Huh, wow.
Surfeit? Maybe?
Surfeit of, well, a surfeit of competition at this point. If you like, you could sit with me for a while and chat. Not about anything in particular, just enjoy one another's company. I've got some food and drink inside too, if you want it. I'll beat the stuff in there. You can trust me on that count. What do you think? Great. It's nice to just linger here in the moment from time to time. I used to fret rather a lot about that sort of thing. Wasting time instead of being productive, I mean. It always felt like I was going to be left behind. But it doesn't bother me so much lately. Are you curious about the mural? It's a little much, I suppose, but I can't bring myself to take it down. By the way, just pausing, as one caught up with the story, that's an interesting mural, and seeing a real thing instead of just a description in the book is pretty interesting. Anyway, if you don't know, people say it depicts the oldest written narrative in human history. Though, honestly, I've still never gotten around to reading the source material. Still, there's something about it, isn't there? The way it flows from one scene to another. Sometimes I just sit here in the middle and let it hypnotize me a little bit. Not literally, of course. There's an anger in it, obviously, but also a kind of longing melancholy. I used to find it quite spooky. But at some point, it became nostalgic instead. I guess that's how it goes. Time softens everything, like fruit in the sun. Hey, it might be too forward to ask this, but since you bring that up, would you mind if I told you a little story of my own? No pressure, obviously. Just as a way to pass the time for a while. And if you get bored and want to go on ahead, I won't take offense. But knowing your goal, you might find it interesting. Ha, I can tell what you're thinking. Or I can tell what you're... That's a...
That's a typo.
Or just a very hardcore abbreviation.
A stylistic choice.
I will also say to Gina Bro in the chat, they are not talking about the Bible when they say the oldest written human narrative. I will tell you that much. Also, just since I'm pausing, this scene is original to the visual novel. I did know it was coming just because I read the first few lines when I opened this up to test it earlier. This scene is not the opening scene or a scene that exists in the original. And as someone caught up in the story, the fact that it is here and what it is saying is immensely fascinating to me for reasons that I will not talk about because I'm not talking any actual spoilers of anything later in the story in this stream.
Huh, okay.
Anyway, I can tell what you're thinking. You're wondering if it's a mystery too, aren't you? It's nothing so serious. Just a few things that happened to me a long time ago. No need to think about it. Just treat it as a fun diversion and pay as close attention as you feel like. After all, enjoying ourselves is what we're here for, don't you think? Now then. I guess I'll start with what you've probably guessed already. I was born in a world in which death existed. Alright, so there is music happening now. Eve and also people in chat. How is the volume relative to the voice with which I am talking right now? Should I turn it down more?
I think it's fine.
Alright, good to know on your end. Also have to check with chat, wait for one of them to reply. Seems fine? Well, okay. I nailed it when I turned it down to start with.
Let's go.
All right.
Also, that was a great opening line. A world in which death existed.
Yeah.
I'm already seated. I'm locked in.
Yeah, that is... Oh, you think I am a bit loud? And is that, like, both of us relative to the game? Or is it just me, also relative to Eve?
Yeah, I'll keep talking more and
yeah,
and
we're both talking.
testing.
Testing.
Cool visuals.
I think we can keep going for now, but if someone has any thoughts on the volume levels, feel free to speak up as we go. Also, I want to check something, or... Okay, so here's another thing about how I forgot to mention to this, Eve, in what I DM'd you before we started. Because they changed it into a visual novel, it now has like a glossary and a character list, and they're giving some information that way instead of having info dumps in the middle of the story, which is probably good. But that said,
yes?
Do you want to stop and read them? The entries.
Are you still talking?
Do you
I heard
wanna...
the and then nothing.
Oh, I think I probably cut out for you. Sorry. Do you want to stop and read the character bios and things?
I fully did not hear that entire thing.
Like what I...
After I heard nothing.
Okay, but can you hear me now?
I can now.
Okay.
You just came back like 2 seconds ago.
Okay. Probably not this exact second. We should probably meet the characters first. But do you want to interrupt our reading of the plot itself to read the character bios and the glossary at some point?
Sure.
Okay.
Whenever you think is
Sure,
fitting.
I'll just maybe between
I love having
scenes.
extra information.
That extra information is, believe me, pretty interesting information in this story. Anyway, more narration, but now a new scene. Life, by nature, strives. A pattern of matter that distinguishes itself through a process of emergent self-maintenance. Even in this place, we play this role, cannot escape it no more than any other physical force. But among life, we humans are alone in that we are capable of introspection, able to conceptualize our own fate. Our desire to perpetuate ourselves is not merely instinctual, but invades the higher realms of our consciousness, an insectile impulse crossing the chessboard. To a being that is sovereign over its intellect, god of its own little world, there is no more intolerable a violation than to know that it must die. For while reason can master lesser fears, pain, darkness, fire, the mind is incapable of conceptualizing its own non-existence. So relatable, gotta say. They're really...
Yeah, these are bars.
Am I right, ladies?
This is so true.
Thus, we are crushed between our twin natures. Our animal desire to escape our fate, and our logical understanding that it is inescapable. Able to imagine anything, but ultimately capable of changing nothing. I guess saying it that way is a little pretentious, but I like that sort of thing, so you'll just have to get used to it. Anyway, I'm sure it's difficult for someone like you to understand, but to live in that world was anguish. It would not be an exaggeration to say that everything in civilization could be traced back in some way to the fear of death. However, it was not something that came immediately. Children were not born with this understanding. Instead, for most everyone, there was some moment. An experience to bring to focus that dread, which would otherwise lurk only in the dark corners of the mind. Determine how we coped with it going forward. For me, that moment came later than most. It happened at the end of my teens. Eve, we are doing a lot of narration. Do you want to take a turn on it?
Sure.
Alright.
It was early in the afternoon in my hometown, and myself, my grandfather, well, sort of, and an old friend of his from the military were on a walk back from a shopping trip in the city center. Back then, it had only been a few years since the Echorionic Revolution. Nailed it.
Yeah.
And the embers still burned hot. It wasn't uncommon to see spouts of violence and unrest every so often. By chance, a gunshot went off at a protest a few streets over as we were crossing the road, and a few horses nearby were frightened. The crowd panicked a little, and people were pushed around. Funnily, what I remember most strongly about the moment was how utterly undramatic it was. As we tried to duck into a nearby shop, we tripped and stumbled. Not in the quick and decisive way you'd expect, but sort of awkwardly and meanderingly. I even remember thinking to myself, "Oh, this doesn't seem too serious. I don't need to do anything." Famous last words. And then, in that moment of idleness, someone butted against his side, and his hand slipped. He fell, and his head cracked against the pavement. I remember the moment he died. In his eye, I felt like I could see the pieces of him peel away, man to ape to machine to object, until nothing remained. I didn't really appreciate what had happened at first. People shouted a lot, of course. My mother cried a great deal. Eventually, a funeral took place. It was hot on the day they held it. I remember that I wore a long dress, which by the end of it stunk of sweat from hem to neck. And many people told me how it wasn't my fault, despite me never suggesting it was. For a while, I just thought it was all annoying. I was happier back then, eager to get back to life. But it was as though a seed had been planted within me, and slowly an odd feeling began to take root within my heart. A thought that kept bobbing to the surface even as I tried to push it down, until it could no longer be ignored. My grandfather had already been on his last legs. Dementia had been rotting his mind for years, and he lived as a ghost of his former self, embarrassing at best and terribly destructive at worst. But though the events that followed his death had far graver consequences for me, something in how small the event was lingered. It made me wonder for the first time if there was any narrative to reality at all. It made me afraid. Not of dying, but of all my actions and experiences being empty and profane, neither kind or unkind, nor even productive or destructive. Only events, objects bumping into one another. Damn, this is real.
Yeah.
And, like so many other people before me, I started to wonder. Was this really the only way that things could be? Apparently not. We need to destroy death.
Sure.
Or might it be possible to change the nature of the world and attain something truly eternal? Utana posting! Oh my god. To instill a meaning that could never be lost? From then on, despite everything I conceptualized myself as wanting, I think what I was really doing was seeking an answer to that question. Until, one day, I found one. Dun dun dun.
Alright. We should now actually be at a dialogue scene. Well, let me take the narration again as we get there. The weekend of my death, at least in a manner of speaking, began in earnest with me knocking on a friend's door. Okay, you take this character, I will take the other one.
Okay. You're late.
Wow, good morning to you too.
I'm so glad I don't have to pronounce these names. At least not yet.
This is Utsushikome of Fusai, and
Utsushikome.
She is one of my favorite characters in anything ever.
Alright.
So, anyway, you ready to go?
Ready as I'll ever be, I guess. Dying gods, though. This weather. This is very Malazan coded. Maybe it's just because I'm reading Malazan.
That is such a funny phrase to have in common between those two stories that we're both reading. Anyway,
I know.
That aside, it's kind of wild, isn't it? Whoever heard of a thunderstorm first thing in the morning? Pretty shitty omen.
No kidding.
I got an auto carriage so we wouldn't end up stuck in the rain. I know you always tell me that it's a waste, but, I figured this was a special enough occasion.
It's your luxury debt. Well, Let's scoot before you get soaked.
Right. We sprinted down the metal walkway that led up to her apartment, down to the ground floor. Sorry, did I say up? We sprinted... Did I misspeak? I have no idea what I said.
I don't know either.
We sprinted down the metal walkway that led up to her apartment, down to the ground floor. Perfectly reasonable sentence, I have no idea why I struggled to say it. Then through the front gates where the carriage lay waiting. We hurried in, taking opposite seats. I reached over
They're so cute.
I love the art style. Shout out to, I'm just gonna say, in general, shout out to Lorena, the author of the original story, amazing writer. Shout out to Zero Virus, who did the art. Shout out to Benedict, who helped, as far as I know, did a lot of the programming, other stuff here, as the credits say. And I know some of the music is made by Zisi, who I think is the creator of the visual novel Misericord, the lesbian nuns historical fiction murder mystery one.
Lesbian nuns. Can we pause this and just do that instead?
I have not read it yet because I'm waiting for all of its parts to be out.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, now we got to focus on this.
But yeah, the art is great.
All right, we hurried in, taking opposite seats. I reached over to a metallic protrusion at the center, touching the black reflective surface with my palm. Want to check the glossary on that?
Sure.
Oh, there's a lot more in this than I thought. Oh my. Logic Bridge, a communications device that piggybacks off of the inherent connection all humans have with the Tower of Asphodel due to the iron in their bodies, allowing for a form of pseudo-telepathy. Useless in isolation, it relies on a logic engine to regulate connections. It is the only form of fast, long-distance communication still physically possible.
Do you think mine's going to be laggy since I'm anemic?
That is... I'm not sure you would have...
These are the important lore questions I need answers
I'm
to.
not sure you would have anemia if you lived in this world for multiple reasons. Also, they put a lot more in the glossary. Okay, that... I feel like this... I expected the scroll bar to, lead to a ton, but it's just bound that... The scroll bar size is not that bad.
We can just do them as we come to them.
Yeah, I feel like, I'm sure that this just raised a whole lot of questions for you, but you're gonna have to live with that for now.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Throw me in, don't tell me anything.
Alright, anyway.
I'm used to it.
Terminal, set destination to Old... I have never known how to pronounce that. Yuru?
I'm going with Yuru.
Yuru Academy of Medicine and Healing. A university for doctors and arcane healers that is almost as old as the Grand Alliance itself. Despite its prestigious placement, it has yet been unable to surpass its more ancient peers and become the premier institute of the continent, either academically or in reputation, and has been facing the prospect of budget cuts by the city assembly as a result.
I love that.
Understand that your destination has been confirmed. Should I try and do a computer voice? Understand that the estimate... Well, it's not a computer, though. That's the thing, so it wouldn't be a computer voice. Whatever. Understand that the estimated...
Get out of it.
Yeah. Understand that the estimated length of the journey will be 25 minutes. Understand that the exterior door will now close automatically. As it broadcast those words into our minds, the door slid shut behind us, and its wheels began to rattle against the street. We both settled in, Ran setting down a small black suitcase I hadn't even noticed her carrying on the leather seating next to her.
We should still make it in time. These stupid press conferences always end up starting late. Assuming anyone even shows up. Still can't believe they scheduled this right on top of the bicentennial ceremony. Fucking psychotic.
Well, the headmaster... It probably didn't even occur to him that something could be more important than one of his pet projects. You think the parade will end up going ahead? The storms, I mean.
Who knows? The forecast said it'd still be even worse tomorrow, but with how much the city council has been hyping the thing up, I feel like they're more likely to spend... Okay.
That one's a typo.
Moving on. Half the Eris stores in the city trying to change the weather, then cancel at this point.
Let's see what Eris is.
What's Eris?
A term for energy that has been prepared for use in incantations, usually stored in scepters in the form of radiation, though occasionally chemical methods are still used. The term was originally used in opposition to harmonia, referring to the anima of active incantations, but this has fallen out of fashion.
Cool as hell.
I thought they banned that after what happened in Palat.
Well, this is old Yuri we're talking about. The convention never seen a rule that they couldn't invent a special exception for.
The Oldiru Convention. A council of national representatives at the head of the Grand Alliance, some elected and others appointed. The title of members is administrator, with the first administrator elected from within the body, who in turn appoints a variable number of overseers to manage different aspects of international policy. As a check on their own power, national governments also select a contrasting group of underseers, who may amend their decisions or call veto votes. It takes its name from the annual assembly of diplomats that preceded it. Itself established followed the Tricentennial War.
All right.
It would be pretty funny if they had to cancel it.
It would be pretty funny.
Now leaning back in her seat and retrieving a book, one of her romance novels, from a smaller shoulder bag, she looked over in my direction and raised an eyebrow.
You don't have your suitcase?
Oh, I left it in my locker at the academy yesterday. Though it would be better to get everything ready in advance, just in case.
Is that safe?
Well, I didn't leave anything valuable.
That's not what I mean.
What do you... Oh. No, it's safe. I didn't bring anything incriminating.
You didn't.
I mean, he'll either know or he won't, right? No sense in traveling with anything risky just to over-explain ourselves.
I guess you're right.
Silence fell for a few moments. The carriage, now moving close to full speed, pulled out of the side streets and onto the central highway leading to the upper city. All that could be made out through the windows as the deluge continued were the vague shapes of pedestrians and other carriages on the concrete road, visible only as shadowy blobs.
So, here we are.
I nodded pensively, feeling the weight of the moment now that she was implicitly calling attention to it. Yeah, here we are.
You sleep okay?
Yeah. I mean, relatively speaking. Got about 6.5 hours.
That's better than I expected. Knowing you, I thought you'd be so anxious you'd be up all night staring at a wall.
Well, I took a lot of drugs.
Based. Figures.
I'm not that anxious, though, all things considered.
Bullshit. Even I'm anxious.
No, seriously. I feel almost serene about the whole thing.
Are we talking the good kind of serene here? Where you feel like you've come to terms with it and can accept things no matter what happens? Or is this more of the numbness and depersonalization type?
I've lost the ability to rationally evaluate my own mental state at this stage, I think. So knowing Sue, I don't believe her. She has never lost that ability. Anyway, all I know is that I'm thinking less about the last 12 years and more about the fact that I missed breakfast.
We can go out somewhere for lunch after the press conference, if you want.
You hate eating out.
Well, it's like you said. It's a special occasion.
I snorted. What about you? How are you feeling? Sorry, that's me. She considered this...
Me?
No, it's me. I was just brain farted. She considered this for several moments, tapping her finger against the side of the novel rhythmically.
Old.
How so?
I don't know. Like, so much shit has happened, I lost touch with who I was supposed to be at some point.
That's kind of vague.
Ask me again in a few hours. If I still feel the way I do right now, I'll give you a better answer.
Well, alright. Hey,
Hmm?
Nothing. Never mind. She shrugged, then turned to look down at her book, the conversation trailing off. This woman I was pleasantly having this awkward interaction with was Ran of Hoatrin, an old friend who I'd met in my late teens in our hometown of Oreskios. Sorry. She was also one of my classmates from the Exemplary Acolytes program, a small group of postgraduate students elevated by the Academy for our talent in both medical theory and using the power. Told you there was grad school?
Grad school.
Alright, so, Ran of Hoatrin.
Ooh, this is cool.
A quiet girl,
character.
yeah. A quiet girl with a brisk demeanor and a perpetually deadpan expression. Her and Utsushikome have been friends since their first year of tertiary school in Oreskios. An avid reader, she is rarely seen without a novel, usually romance despite her personality, and has a rich knowledge of history and literary culture, as well as a secondary hobby in photography. She prefers to keep to herself. While possessing little natural ability compared to her peers, she is highly diligent and carefully observant. With the right motivation, even a pawn can become a queen. So,
What's her
Eve,
motivation then?
I don't know if I should tell you this, because this is not going to mean anything to anyone watching, and the extent of what this means to you is kind of, it's meaningless because we're just reading the very beginning of this story here, but, Ran, to me, is a very similar character to Tavor from Malazan.
Ooh.
So,
Okay, sign me up.
yeah. Anyway, the Power. Arcana, also known as the Power, a metaphysical tool created by the Ironworkers to rebuild the world. It manipulates matter via funneling energy through higher dimensions in accordance with incantations. Only usable by practitioners, arcanists, after a medical procedure known as induction attaches their mind to the mechanism. It is divided into various different disciplines. I think there's a missing space there. Anyway,
Yeah.
based on what it manipulates, as well as schools based off of the intent of said manipulation.
Am I allowed to ask if this is hard magic or soft?
This is definitely far on the hard end.
Okay.
This is, some of the most effort you'll ever see into, the physics of how it works, and not even in a way where, I feel like a lot of hard magic in stories also... I should probably keep up with chat. Sorry. Let me finish what I was saying. So I feel like a lot of hard magic in stories is kind of it's like this an obsession of the author to, create this perfect hard system. I'm not saying that's not present here in that, there's a lot of things about this story that are very fleshed out because the author, just is passionate about fleshing them out, and I would say that makes it better. But also, I feel like there's reasons, the story would not work if it was a soft magic system. That's just not at all what it's going for, and, how the setting functions. Yeah, catching up on chat for a moment. Hi, Quiza from Flower Cord. Yeah, you haven't missed too much. Yeah, I didn't not realize Ren does photography either. Fan of stuff. Gina Bro, yeah, the sprites look really good. Definitely, I mean, I agree, fan of stuff. They're dumping a lot of information on new readers. I feel like it's still not that much in the scheme of how much information there is, all the it's got to come at some point. Yeah, and that
Well, I feel like if you're not trawling through the glossary, it's probably more manageable too. And I don't know. If you're opting into all that lore, that's on you,
Yeah, which well, in the original, and I do not, for me this is not a criticism, but I acknowledge it is what it is. The original will just kind of stop at the middle of a chapter and just info dump about something.
Makes sense. I mean, especially with the harder magic system, it's now I need to explain what I've been thinking about of how this works.
Yeah. And I think, for me, it's engaging just because I think the narrator, Sue's voice is very engaging. I like reading, how she describes stuff, but, blah, I mean, and, I'm all in on this story. I've read it multiple times, for me, I'm oh yeah, I just care about everything about it. It's a lot on a first read, and that's why the visual novel format with, having a glossary is a good fit. Anyway, we were used as part of some public relations events, and in return received extra funding for research, as well as a luxury debt stipend. Is it stipend or stipend? I feel like
I think it's stipend.
I feel like when I've actually heard it, it's stipend. It wasn't too different from any other gifted students program where you got right down to it, except that we were all adults, rendering the whole affair kind of embarrassing. On that day, our class was going on a trip. You'll hear about that soon enough, though. Ran and I had a complicated relationship. I called us
gay people?
You have no...
Don't answer that.
You have no idea what is... You can't even imagine. I called us friends just a moment ago, but I'm not wholly sure that's appropriate. It might be better to say we were allies, individuals with common cause. Or maybe that we were reminders to each other, though in very different senses of the word. How's the novel?
Don't know yet. Only just started. That doesn't look like you just started from the art, Ran. You're halfway through.
He's a fast reader.
I guess so. It's one of those books where the main character is also an author, though. Not a good sign.
So true.
That is real. That is so
is
true.
so
When they
true.
try to put excerpts of the book in and are like, this book is so good, and then it's like really mid.
I'm not going to talk shit publicly on my YouTube channel. There was a book I read recently that did exactly that, and you've heard about it from me, Eve. I did not like that book.
Yeah, I can think of a few examples too.
You think
Anyway.
you might drop it?
Nah, the prose is decent enough to chew through it. I brought some better stuff for when we're actually there. This is just slop. Sorry. For some reason, this phrase just really got me. This is just slop I can wolf down casually during the trip. Okay, those sure are some words. You okay? You're giving me a funny look. Because I just said slop you can wolf down casually.
No, I'm just thinking about something.
If you say so.
A silly question. Have you ever planned to do something you have no intention of actually doing? There was something I'd intended to tell Ran on that morning, before we arrived and everything started. Something I'd been putting off for a while. But to tell the truth, in my heart of hearts, I already knew I wouldn't. I let the debate play out in my head, all the reasons I was obligated to do it, and all the counterpoints of why I couldn't, as I'd relitigated to myself probably hundreds of times. But in reality, the conclusion was foregone. The idea of doing it was a little performance I was putting on for myself, a ritual with which to pretend I was a good person. There's no one a liar is better at lying to than themselves. In any case, in this world, there are essentially 3 different ways people respond to being faced with a decision they don't want to make. The first is to weigh the options to the best of their ability, and, one way or the other, commit to what they see as the best, or at minimum, the least bad one. Maybe the conclusion is logical, or maybe it's emotional, considered or impulsive. Either way, the situation is resolved decisively. Suffice it to say, this has the distinction of being the only one of the 3 that isn't definitionally stupid. The second is to become paralyzed and fail to make any decision at all until circumstance makes it for them. While this is, of course, self-destructive, it's only self-destructive in a banal, everyday way, a passive form of shooting oneself in the foot. Finally, the third is to try and engineer some bizarre compromise with oneself, performing an action that only soft commits to a choice, while placing the ultimate outcome out of one's hands. For example, imagine a kid who wants to skip school for some reason, but at the same time feels like they probably shouldn't, and so only fakes a mild illness, as if to say to their parents, "It's up to you if this seems serious enough." You might say it's the mental equivalent of bipartisan lawmaking, with about the same likelihood of a meaningfully positive result.
Damn.
A lot of these bits are new compared to the original, and really we have yet to get to the point, or maybe we're right around there, where this scene actually starts in the original. Like, a lot of what so far is new, and I'm finding it very fun, at least. Anyway. On the surface...
chat did say that the VN is funnier.
Yeah,
So,
well,
we'll see.
I think there's there's a lot of funny stuff coming up. Just, like, if they make those funny moments even funnier, and not just in this demo, but in the story as a whole, then it's gonna be hilarious. Anyway, on the surface, it can be hard to understand why someone would do this. After all, it's basically just a more roundabout, willful version of the second option. surrendering what little control one has over the situation for not much gain. But the thing to understand about this thought process is that said surrender is, in fact, the point. It's a way to remove the predictable element from the situation, and thus render oneself a passive participant. So that whatever happens, it isn't your fault. I don't know. Can you relate? You can? Huh. Maybe I'm not as uniquely insane as I'd like to think. Regardless, several minutes went by. The wheels of the carriage rattled softly as I watched the city go by through the window. We were approaching the bridge leading into the upper districts of Olderu. Did we read this one yet?
I guess not.
I think it's new. The capital of the Grand Alliance. Originally unsettled ground used for diplomatic meetings, the city was founded symbolically along with the Union. It has since grown into a metropolis of more than 10 million. Other than its administrative role, the city is best known for its verticality, being partially built on a mountainside, and for hosting the Aether Bridge, a recently constructed space elevator. Also just responding to chat, like, Quiza, I feel like it's a good, I like Rand making more political comments just because, the story is so political originally, but I feel like a lot of the, commentary is backloaded. You have to understand the setting first, and I feel like more comments like this here, it makes it, it makes it clearer that it's gonna follow up on those things. I fidgeted, then took a breath. Hey, Ren. She looked up again.
What is it, Sue?
Do you want to hear a joke?
No, I want to read my book. Damn.
What? Come on, don't give me that look. A small sigh released from her nose.
Fine. Do your worst.
I'm so excited. I've heard that this is a little different from it is in the original, and I'm excited to see. Okay, so I shifted a little closer to her, craning my head forward. So there's this guy who hates his life, right? He hasn't got a lot going for him. No friends, barely any family, lives in a tiny apartment, works a dead-end job that has him stuck in the middle of nowhere, and feels like he has zero romantic prospects. Even his coworkers find him obnoxious. One day, he decides that enough is enough.
Sue, is this going to be another suicide joke?
I should say, for anyone who is new to this, content warning. Anyway. What? No. Of course not. Why would you even think that?
You've been telling a lot of jokes about dying lately. To be real with you, it's been getting kind of concerning.
Well, this isn't one of them. No suicide punchline. I promise. Ren was silent for a few moments, regarding me skeptically.
Alright, keep going.
Okay, so... One day, he decides that enough is enough, and he needs to improve his lot by any means necessary. So he decides he's going to sell his soul to a demon.
Seems kind of extreme.
Well, he's probably depressed, not thinking rationally, wants a quick fix.
Right.
So anyway, he spends a few months doing all the proper research, tracks down ancient manuscripts, learns about the dark arts, gets a good animal sacrifice, that sort of thing, until all his ducks are in a row. Finally, he's ready to conduct the ritual. He heads down into his basement.
I thought you said he lived in an apartment, though.
It doesn't matter where he lives. It's just a joke. Obviously, there's not a whole backstory for this guy and his living situation.
Honestly, I wouldn't put it past you to write lore for your jokes.
Look, shut up. Stop picking at me. This is bullying.
Fine.
I sighed to myself. Minute in, and this has already completely fallen apart. Why did I think this would be a good approach to begin with? What was I even hoping to accomplish? So he sets to work. He draws out the summoning circle, performs the sacrifice, and recites the magic words. But something goes wrong. When the portal opens, not just one, but 4 demons appear. Now, obviously, this causes a bit of a fiasco, right? All of them have come a long way from hell to get his soul, after all, and now the majority are going to be leaving empty-handed. The demons get into an argument. Fireballs start getting flung around the basement. You get the idea.
I hate when this happens.
Wednesdays,
So
am I right?
Literally.
Yeah, I hate when I'm summoned to get some guy's soul and there's like other demons there. Eventually, one of them turns their attention on him. How dare you waste our time, human? How could you make such a stupid mistake? This man, of course, is freaking out. He doesn't want his apartment,
House.
his house to burn down. It's probably social housing as is. So he blurts out a quick apology. I'm so sorry about this. I have this really nasty habit, you see, where I always cover up the bottom corner of a piece of parchment with my finger whenever I'm reading, and cut off the last couple of letters. And here, I can see where it says I needed to sacrifice a goat. I must have misread it as Goa instead. Sheesh, I thought that was a little complicated.
A Goa?
So, as Tempo said in chat, yeah, this music is great. I wonder if this is one of the tracks that isn't stock music, but was made by ZC. Anyway, you know, like an antelope.
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, obviously the demons are not happy, but he eventually manages to calm them down. They're here now, after all, so, you know, it is what it is. Might as well make the best of it. Trying to play it to his advantage, he ends up offering them a deal. He'll let them each draw up a potential contract for the sale, then cover each of them on their own merits, and pick the one he likes the best. Now, that's all well and good, but, well, these are demons we're talking about. Obviously, they're not just going to let him have his own way, pitting them against each other after what happened, so they impose an additional condition. As punishment for wasting their time, whoever he picks will also put a little curse on him.
Just a little curse.
Yeah, you know, not too severe. They don't want to go overboard, otherwise he might not sign any of them, right?
So this joke is getting absurdly complicated. Even by your standards.
I'm bungling the delivery a bit. You're interrupting me too much.
Aw, I thought we were having a fun back and forth.
I sighed and she snickered at me. I took a breath, then clapped my hands together, leaning forward. Right, so the first of the 4 is the real prototypical image of a demon. Red skin, fur, big horns, muscles. It tells him that the reason he's unhappy is simple. He's just too weak to get what he wants, to impose his will on the world. What it offers him in its contract is simple. Pure strength and martial ability, so he can destroy his enemies and take whatever he wants through raw power. Everyone will have no choice but to respect him.
Sounds like the pitch I got from the Army Scouter back in the Arcanocracy.
Ouch, sorry to unbury a traumatic memory like that.
It's okay. I'll just have to drink myself half to death at the event.
Anyway, the curse is that it'll make him grow a horn on his forehead.
Seems kinda tame if he's gonna become a world-seizing tyrant anyway.
Well, maybe it's really huge. Gives him neck pains or something.
Checks out.
So moving on to the second demon. This one has a completely different vibe. It's a really gouty, heavily built with skin. Sorry, I feel like I'm screwing up the flow of that sentence. It's really gouty.
Me when I'm heavily built with skin.
Yeah, heavily built with skin that looks like it's made of gold. I'm sorry, you cracked me up on that. And it wears half its own weight in jewelry. It tells the man the first demon's deal sucks. Maybe it would have made sense in the distant past, but in the modern, civilized world, having that kind of raw power just gets you in trouble. No, what he needs to be happy isn't anything physical at all. It's wealth. In the contract, it offers him great manners, castles, servants, more money than he could ever possibly ever spend.
Money?
Well, with the demon summoning thing, I suppose I was imagining some kind of a period setting. Like, maybe the first resurrection?
Wait. Where did you get this joke from? A second ago you said you were probably botching it, like you were reciting it from somewhere, but now you're acting like it's something you made up yourself.
Also, to Gina Bro in chat, glad you're intrigued. Hope you had a good time. Have a good night.
Bye! So, which is it?
That's not important.
Suspicious.
In any case, this demon's curse is the quintessential Midas touch, where everything the man touches turns to gold, meaning he can never be intimate with anyone, including himself, ever again.
That's his biggest issue with the Midas? Okay, alright. Little too much information there.
Then there's the third demon. It's a lot more feminine than the previous two. It has pretty features and hair like spun gold around its delicate horns. It tells the man that both the previous two offers are dreadful, because real happiness only comes from having people love and care for you. In its contrast, it offers to make him incredibly attractive and supernaturally charismatic, to the point that every word he speaks will be like poetry to anyone who hears it. The final demon...
Wait, does the third one not have a curse?
Oh, no, it does. It's, that the one person they want to love the most doesn't exist anymore. That no one will ever really love them again, because all they'll see is the phantom created by the demon. What am I even doing? This is so stupid.
Sue?
Sorry. Lost my train of thought. The curse is that they can never use a mirror again, because if they do, they'll fall in love with their own reflection.
Oh, like a narcissist thing.
I'm gonna point out, but not explain, I don't know if you've noticed, they're referencing some real-life, ancient myths and such, which, seems kind of strange in this fantasy setting, huh?
I mean, that kind of fits to me with what you were saying, like the vague Locked Tomb comparisons, you know, where it's like...
That's true.
This is maybe a far future...
Could be.
...type thing, because she mentions the first resurrection, so...
True. Alright. Something like that. But yeah, the final demon. It's only little, like a sprite or a goblin, with a toothy mouth and a long tail. Unlike the others, it's not completely over this whole competing with other demons arrangement. Maybe it was in the middle of something important when it got summoned. So the contract it offers is a bit different. I hesitated momentarily, breaking eye contact. Its offer, rather than to make the man's life better, is to make it worse. To burn down his house, afflict him with all manner of nasty diseases, and make his luck terrible, so no matter what he tries to do, he always fails. To mark him as wretched and unclean, so that even on the off chance he manages to make things better, he'll still be shunned by everyone respectable around him. And the curse, that he'll never be able to come to terms with his situation, never accept it, that in body and spirit, he shall be tremendously, infinitely hungry.
Is this even a joke anymore?
No, it's a joke.
I have literally no idea where this could possibly be going.
I'm almost done. Just let me get to the punchline.
Alright, put me out of my misery.
I made an effort to smile appropriately, but took a sharp breath, the words coming a little too fast. So later, the guy is at a bar with his friend, telling the whole story. And obviously the guy is like, well, fuck, don't keep me in suspense. Which did you pick? And that's when he shocks him, because he tells him that, in the end, he ended up picking the fourth option. Now, obviously the guy is baffled. He tries to search for some explanation. He wonders if this is some kind of morality tale. Like maybe he realized that power, wealth, and false love
Oh, I just
ultimately
figured it
only
out, I think.
We'll see. Ultimately only burden you, and that true happiness comes from when you have nothing at all or whatever.
Or whatever.
I snickered nervously. Glancing out the window, the hanging gardens were starting to come into view. There wasn't much time left. But the man, he slowly shakes his head. He says that the real reason he picked it is because, while he was reading all those grand offers in the contracts, he began to understand something. What he realized was that he didn't really know why he was unhappy at all. When you got right down to it, things weren't that bad for him. He had some problems, sure, but he had a home, stable work, people who cared about him, good health. In all his life, he had always blamed external factors for his misery. That he wasn't wealthy, that people kept him down, that he wasn't liked. But he started to consider whether the real problem was something within himself. And it began to frighten him. That maybe after he chose one of those contracts that swept away his problems, he'd still be miserable. And then he'd have nothing left to blame. And he'd have to say, this is my fault. It's my fault that I'm unhappy. I went as far as giving away my own soul because I was too afraid to admit that the problem was within myself. But when he read the fourth contract, he was relieved. Because if he picked it, he'd have someone he knew he could point the finger at, now and forever. For every bad day he suffered from then on, every injustice, every failure, he could always just say it was the demon's fault. The demon is making me suffer. I'm not wretched, lazy, selfish. It's the world that's wrong, not me. I'm the victim. And maybe he knew that even that was nothing but a shallow way to hide from the truth. That he'd always know that, deep down. But even so, in the end, he decided that this outcome was the best he could conceive of having. I fell silent. I should have been looking at Rand's eyes, searching for a hint of understanding, but found myself unable to do it. Instead, I stared explicitly away from her, my gaze facing the clouds. I think I'd been hoping, at least for a moment, to feel relief. But instead, I was instantly consumed with what felt like a manic, all-encompassing anxiety, a sense of having completely lost control of something vital. I did everything I could from letting my feelings show on my face, even as I could feel my heart walloping in my chest. Several moments passed. Finally, Rand spoke.
Is that it?
I looked at her face. She appeared perplexed, her mouth hanging open. She looked vaguely concerned, but there were no particular signs of recognition in her eyes. I felt something I couldn't quite put into words, but recognized very well. The sense of having won a rigged game, getting what one wants, even knowing it's not for the best. But then, wasn't that exactly what I'd been expecting? I didn't really want to change anything. I just wanted to convince myself that things might be changed, if only for a moment. Still, it was a more bitter feeling than I'd hoped for. The human brain really is unfair. Sometimes that what you expect to bounce off you feel fraught. Sometimes that which you expect to bounce... I'm putting in extra words. Sometimes that which you expect to bounce off you feels fraught with meaning in all the worst ways, while in other instances, that what you imagine will be rich with it is empty. It's a reminder that, in the end, the pursuit of catharsis is ultimately nothing more than an attempt to reach for a particular neurochemical button. Sometimes you press what you think is the button and nothing happens. There's nothing more or less to it than that. There was nothing for it. After a few moments had passed, I let out a sigh. Of course, the man was lying. So, Eve, you said you thought you figured it out. What did you think you figured out?
I think it's a dick joke.
What
I
kind
think
of...
that because he said he has a bad habit of putting his finger at the edge of the page when he reads, so the last couple letters are covered. So I think instead of hungry, he's only seeing hung.
The real reason he'd picked the fourth option was because he wanted a giant penis.
You know, I gotta give it to him. That's moderately funny.
What? The funny thing is, it's the same idea of a dick joke, but they do it in a totally different way in the original. Do you want to know what that is?
Oh, yeah.
So in the original, the setup, I think the reason it was changed is probably that this feels like less out of nowhere and weird, but in the original, the idea was he messed up the contract because he had like a thing where he just couldn't see the letter L. He would always miss the letter L. And then the demon's curse was that it would attach a giant clock to him.
I think this is definitely better. Like,
yeah.
it both makes more sense, and I feel like thematically, like, the hungry thing
Yeah.
makes a lot more sense than a clock.
Well, the clock it tied into like it was like counting down to his death, which ties into the story thematically too. But it's like I kind of agree. I think
Yeah.
this is a little better. Anyway, you said what? Well, if you remember, the guy had trouble with the summoning ritual because he always cuts off the last couple letters of whatever he's reading with his finger, and the demons presented their contracts to him physically. And the last thing in each of them was the curse. And in the fourth demons, it promised to make him tremendously, infinitely hungry. So
I don't know if Discord picked up my exasperated sigh.
I heard it.
Okay, good. So,
Yeah?
that was the stupidest joke I've ever heard in my life. I think she's being too harsh. I said it was moderately funny. Oh, okay, and now we've got the...
That's not the end, by the way. This is...
Yeah. That was the cold open.
Yeah. Now
we're in it.
They kind of go straight into the joke in the original. Like there's the thing about the grandfather's
this is really pretty.
Yeah, this is really good. Feels crazy actually just seeing it. It's not just having to imagine it. I imagined this being much more gray. But honestly, I probably imagined most things being more gray because it's kind of hard to imagine color. I feel like I don't by default. Anyway, that's not important. About half an hour...
I kind of want to talk more about that, but not now.
About half an hour later, we were assembled. Laid out on the stage, like cuts of meat in a butcher's shop. Okay, that turn of phrase is probably a little excessive to lead with. It felt uncomfortable, is my point. The auditorium was one of the oldest parts of the academy, one of the only two buildings that had survived the bombing which almost destroyed the institution 2 decades prior. It was a circular chamber that seated about 500, with a roof of glass, which was about the only aspect of it that looked remotely modern. The rest was ancient, with walls and pillars wrought out of stained limestone. Banners bearing the academy symbol of an angry-looking owl clutching a healing rod hung from the back of the room. There were 10 of us in total, seated on a set of wooden chairs before the stage curtain. Most of the others looked like they didn't share my negative outlook. They wore excited expressions, or at least professional smiles, as they regarded the group seated in front of us. It wasn't, all told, much of a crowd. I counted something in the range of about 100 people, but their attentiveness made it feel larger. Most of the time, this area was used for assemblies or academic presentations, and primarily hosted sleep-deprived students. This time, they hadn't been invited. Instead, the crowd leaned much older and more acclaimed. I saw professors and recognized academics, journalists, investors, and board members of the academy. A couple of members of the city government were even present. All of them were dressed finely in rich-colored chitons. I don't know if I'm chitons, I don't know.
I actually have no idea.
Robes and skirts.
I don't think I know that word.
Yeah. You don't know your ancient Bronze Age fashion terms.
I know it as an animal, right? Isn't that an animal? Like the little shelly guy in the ocean?
I don't know.
But I didn't know it was clothing. Somebody look it up for us.
Anyway, and all of them were watching closely, some even prepared to take notes. It was possibly the first time in my life that I'd felt like I was at the center of an important event that wasn't something personal like a birthday party. This was capital N news, if only barely, and we weren't just spectators. We were the story itself. It made me feel anxious. Admittedly, this wasn't much of an accomplishment. Standing in the middle of the stage, separate from our group, was an 11th figure. This was the headmaster of the academy, Ishkabal of Nuradon, a man of great reputation, renowned as a scholar and an administrator. I low-key kind of hated him. I'd never someone so simultaneously grasping, yet also with any sense of subtlety or tact. But that's beside the point. Having just been introduced by one of the professors, he began his speech. His tone was formal, but carried a hint of his ever-present self-satisfaction. You want to take this one?
I can be the guy. Yeah, he's got a cool name. Can I give him a voice?
Please give him a voice.
Colleagues, friends of the Academy, members of the press, thank you all for coming this morning. With the bicentennial approaching, I know that many of you have other engagements this morning, so I'll do my very best to keep this brief.
IR.
It is a day of great pride for our academy. Standing here, it's almost difficult to conceive of how far we've come in the past 20 years.
Also, to quiz on chat, it's just that Eve and I both, spent a good few years pretty in the Sanderson fandom, and ethers are a thing, and that's in the Cosmere's lore as well. Alright, anyway.
I still remember the day I was asked to take up this post, when the buildings themselves were a half-destroyed ruin, and our reputation scarred seemingly beyond repair by partisanship of the civil dispute. By the way, did we hear about the, bombing in the glossary or no?
It has not come up. There hasn't been,
Okay.
I mean... I'm checking... No, it is not here. Look, it's a bombing. They're all the same.
Yeah. We have come far from those grim days. And today, thanks to the... Oh, I can't pronounce that word. Indomitable?
I'm pretty sure it's that.
Alright. Thanks to the indomitable determination of our staff, our administrative board, and of course our students, we are closer than ever towards regaining our historical position as one of the most prestigious institutions for the training of arcane healers in Ysara, if not the entire remaining world. That is a very ominous name.
The 7 planes created by the Ironworkers, plus all other demi-planes within it. Humanity survives within it after its original world was destroyed by the collapse. Each successive plane represents a more successful attempt at recreating the physical properties of the original world, with the Mimikos being the 7th and final.
That's so cool. Oh my god,
There's a
I love
lot.
how every single one of these glossary things just gives me more questions!
Yeah. And you could answer a few of those if we went through all of the glossary at once, and you would end that with far more questions, which will not get answered
Perfect.
yet. In this past... Wait, no, you're doing this character.
In this past year, more published discoveries concerning human health and the eradication of disease have originated within these walls than in any other institution, without exception, and those efforts have not gone without impact.
He lifted a roll of parchment, squinting at it seriously. From my angle on the stage, I could see that it was largely blank, though the binding looked very professional.
According to the civil census, in this past year, the mean human The mean human lifespan of our great city has risen for the 3rd time in this decade, from 517 years to a new all-time high of 518 years.
Woo!
That's wild.
Cracking open
That's
the
a lot of
champagne.
years. Hell yeah. And I am pleased to announce that, as of this past Monday, the Old Yuri City Council has voted to formally acknowledge our academy as a major contributor to this achievement. I see why they're called Old Yuru if they're 500. Not just through our training of the finest physicians and healers in the Mimikos, but also the discovery of new tools for their ever-expanding arsenals in the war against human infirmity.
He allowed for an applause. It came modestly. Gods, I can't believe he's doing the exact same intro he did at the New Year's ceremony. And who does he think he's fooling with that, "Oh, I'm so grateful everyone but me made this possible" routine? I've seen how close you look to orgasm every time one of the board members gives you a compliment. I must have been grimacing, because when I glanced over to Ran, who was seated on the chair next to mine, right at the end of the line, she was giving me a disapproving expression. I quickly pulled my lips back into a smile.
But of course, we are not here today to discuss statistics. That's a shame. No, today we are here because of the extraordinary accomplishments of our exemplary Acolytes class. Now having collectively achieved the 4th highest grading level of any class in our history, they have more than realized the program's inceptual ambition to identify the most gifted and diligent young arcanists in all of the Grand Alliance.
It's all about grades.
So true. That's what matters most in this world.
The world government of the Mimikos and its 46 nations, overseen by the Old Yuru Convention. While technically not sovereign and compromised by voluntary treaties, it wields considerable practical power due to its oversight of global finances and control over the censors, the Arcane Police, and the Oath Guard, responsible for enforcing the Covenant of the Morning Realms. The world is currently celebrating its 200th anniversary. I think that means The world is
world?
celebrating the anniversary of this government.
The government.
This world is, I can
The
confirm.
world isn't 200.
Yes.
The government is 200. Okay.
I mean, it's not that old, but it's more than 200.
And bring them together so that they might form the bedrock of the next generation of scholars of the healing arts.
He paused, possibly hoping for more applause.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Quiza is so true about the more extreme age gap relationship potential.
Oh, that's
based.
a good point to make. He paused, possibly hoping for more applause. When none came, he cleared his throat and continued.
Which brings us to today's event. This year, in light of its consistently outstanding performance, the class was extended the unprecedented privilege of an invitation to participate in the conclave of the Universal Panacea.
I thought
Yes,
it was
a
Panacea.
convention.
I thought it was Panacea. I don't actually have any idea.
Alright, well, I don't have any idea either. Yes, a convention of the greatest minds within the entire sphere of arcane healing that 15 years ago finally revealed itself, and the identities of its membership, to the world after centuries of unjust prohibition under the fundamentalist interpretation of the biological continuity oath.
Surprised that isn't glossaried.
Eugenics? Question mark?
Not quite.
Okay. Whose ranks include such esteemed figures as Zeno of Apocrion. Yep. The father of neuromancy, and Hamilcar of Cain, creator of the artificial heart, and many more of similar esteem.
I fucking love Zeno.
Good name. Yes, it is an incredible landmark, and one for which I cannot overstate my pride. From seeing such an institution of arcane study as a titan towering on the horizon, to our academy producing students they believe fit to become their peers.
This finally managed to get a little bit of a reaction from the crowd. I bit my lip. This is ridiculous. It's just nepotism. Everyone here knows it's nepotism. We have 3 people in our class who are literally close relatives of Conclave members. This is public knowledge. Perhaps I was being childish. No, objectively I was being childish. But I really did despise this sort of social theater. Being paraded around like some piece of art by an old man, even though there must have been only a handful of people in the audience unaware it was complete bunk. Like, forget shameless hyping up of our accomplishments, or the effusive praise of an organization he'd no doubt been condemning with everyone else a couple decades ago. Even the narrative of the Academy's miraculous recovery couldn't survive 5 seconds of scrutiny. Everyone knew it had only happened because the Alliance had poured an absurd amount of resources into it after the Revolution, as part of their attempt to foster cooperation between the member nations of the Grand Alliance. It's easy to win a race when someone in the stands levitates you over the finish line. Forgive me, I don't mean to go on about this. I just never managed to wrap my head around this part of being an adult. Anyway, fortunately, I was about to be treated to an at least more competent form of sucking up.
Today, the members of the class are not here as mere students, but as ambassadors for our great institution, and indeed for all members of the 14th generation. And so, rather than continue to speak for them, I will allow them to give voice to their feelings about this auspicious day themselves, through their class representative, Miss Kamrusipa of Tuon. Cam, please step forward.
Alright, so, do you want to have the most fun character? I could also take her.
She's so cute. You can take her if you want, since I'm already the other guy. I don't know how much back and forth they have.
He's not going to be that much, so there's going to be more between, like, the characters we had earlier. So, like...
Like, you should take it, though, because you know more about her, so...
Alright, I'll do my best to perform her. Thank you,
It kind of is giving
Headmaster.
Shalon to me.
Oh, she is so much better of a character. And so much worse, too, in many ways. Thank you, Headmaster Ishkabal, and thank you to all who have come here today in recognition of the humble efforts of our class. I cannot express how much of an honor it is to both myself and the others. I shan't take up too much of your time, but all of us are immensely proud to be representing the Academy and its values today for this unprecedented meeting with the Order of the Universal Panacea. We are looking forward to not only this incredible opportunity to expand our knowledge of the arcane with the help of some of its greatest living practitioners, but also to demonstrate the extent of the skills that have been imparted to us here over the course of the past 2 years. Gods above, they really are like 2 peas in a pod. This young woman was Kamrusepa of Tuan, who had become the de facto leader of our little class, largely by default. She was the highest grading member who wasn't insufferable to be around. Well, too insufferable to be around, or only in attendance too insufferable to be around, or only in attendance once in a blue moon. Kamrusepa of Tuan, a leader of the exemplary acolytes class, with an outspoken, some might say conceited personality. A passionate enthusiast of life extension research and human progress generally, she is the Order's biggest fan among the Conclave's guests. Despite allegedly coming from fairly modest means, she has a strong philosophical and political belief in the current order of the world, often putting her at odds with others her age. A social butterfly with a dynamic mind, she excels at improvisation, self-marketing, and iterating on the concepts of others. However, her excessive self-confidence might be said to result in a certain lack of creativity, or even tunnel vision. The Empress is regal only so long as she is dressed.
I really like these little, single lines at the end.
Yeah.
Very good so far.
Accordingly, she headed what few public affairs we participated in. She also acted as a sort of liaison between our class and the university board when it came to facilitating projects, or sometimes publishing papers. And boy, did she revel in it. It was bizarre, like she had a fetish for even this incredibly petty amount of power. I'd known a lot of social climbers over the course of my life, but Cam probably had them all beat. Anyway, other than Ran, she was probably the closest thing I had to a friend in the academy. Look, it's complicated, alright? Say this for now. Even though they were superficially similar, the headmaster was the type who lost all interest in us the second we couldn't be used to advance his own career. Whereas Kamrusepa, well, you'll see. Also, I think you should read her just because I think it's mostly gonna, if I'm sticking to the narration, and probably Sue, since, Sue is the one narrating, I feel like, okay, you should take Cam.
Okay. For the sake of future classes, and, well, a little bit for my own sake too, I hope this is the beginning of a long-term relationship of cooperation. For as we depart the era of law-enforced acceptance of a half-millennium as the upper limit in achievable human longevity, it is imperative that institutions like ours form strong bonds with those who have, in the past, been forced to confine their efforts in overcoming mortality to the shadows. Though much has been lost, death is at least an enemy that we can hope to defeat. But only if all arcanists and scholars of medicine unite in this great labor together.
Headmaster smiled, but I could see some looks of disquiet among the audience at this remark. However, Kamrusepa remained undeterred, looking out into the crowd with a smile sharp enough to carve a roast.
This afternoon at 2 o'clock, we will be setting out on our journey to their private sanctuary, and tomorrow, beginning at 12 noon, we shall be presenting some of our personal work to the inner circle of the Order. Assuming all goes as planned, this event will be viewable via Logic Bridge, and I very much hope that some of you will find time to tune in despite the festivities. As I'm certain you all know, this will be the first window the general public have ever had into the operations of the organization. There will also be a discussion section where our class will have a chance to put some questions to the inner circle themselves. Consider it an exclusive opportunity. And of course, we shall do our best to make our instructors, to whom we owe a tremendous debt, proud. Or, failing that, we at least manage to not make complete fools of ourselves. Regardless, I hope you'll look forward to it. Thank you.
The crowd applauded once more, and Cam stood to the side, Headmaster Ishkabal once again approaching the podium. He shot her a slightly wary look, but she seemed not to notice.
Thank you, Kamrusepa. Very well said. Well then, as that made clear enough, our students will have a busy few days ahead of them, and I'm inclined to give them some time to clear their heads prior to the anointed hour. However, I'd be happy to take a few queries from any scholars or members in the press in attendance.
A murmur rose from the crowd, and a few people rose their hands. The headmaster pointed to a somewhat aged woman, probably Viraki, with medium brown skin and strong features, dressed in a dark reddish-brown robe.
Let's start with you, ma'am.
My thanks, Headmaster Atherai of Balochist, writing for the Beacon. As I'm sure you're aware, since they revealed themselves to the world, the meeting place of the Order has been the subject of much speculation, since they were able to avoid detection by the censors and the Oath Guard for hundreds of years since their founding. Now that you've received an invitation, is there anything you could tell us about the place?
I think Cam might be more qualified to answer that question than me, actually. If you would, Miss Tuon? Of course. This will likely disappoint you, but thus far we still know little more about the Order's headquarters than anyone else. From what we've been told, it sounds like it's situated in an arcane refuge, but all we've been given beyond that is a loose description of what to expect accommodation-wise, and a location where their escort will lead us to the site.
This wasn't the whole truth, though not in the sense that they had actually told us where the sanctuary was located. Rather, she was omitting a little detail on just how the aforementioned escort was to go down. Suffice it to say, the Order was paranoid beyond anyone's wildest expectations. I see, and have you been sworn to secrecy for after you return?
Not in the least. We'll be happy to share whatever we learn after the fact. Well, at least assuming we're not instructed otherwise later. After all, it would be a pity to compromise the prospect of future cooperation for what amounts to gossip, no? I'm sure you understand.
I see. Thank you.
Who next? Yes, you, sir.
A slim man with fair skin and dark blonde hair rose from toward the back. Thank you, Alexandros of Mir, representing the Noron Society of Physicians. More like the Moron Society.
Oh, got him.
My ear twitched with recognition of the name. I'd actually heard of this guy before. He was an infamous skeptic in the field of arcane healing. Every time someone published a discovery they claimed to be revolutionary, he'd be there to pick it to bits in some snarky fact-checking article. Since medical research of all fields often relied on a degree of hype to maintain consistent patronage, I was willing to bet half the academic community had fantasized about strangling him. I'll be blunt. Putting aside the question of achievability, what would you say to the many scholars who currently hold the position that the further extension of the human lifespan's upper limit is undesirable, at least outside the fields of neurology? It's well known that the majority of health-related deaths attributable to a failure of treatment are already related to associative collapse dementia, a form of mental decay known to eventually emerge in humans who have lived for 5 and especially 6 centuries or longer. Said to be the result of desynchronization between the physical and metaphysical aspects of consciousness, though the condition is poorly understood. There are no known treatments. One might argue that the Order's research, which thus far has remained focused on physical health, would only lead to an increase in infirmity with no concern for quality of life. Camrusepa took this personally.
Mr. Murr, I'm afraid I must disagree entirely. There is no decisive evidence to prove that associative collapse will always be beyond treatment, especially with recent advances in neuromancy. And even were it to remain so, the argument is still lacking. After all, people don't just suddenly start showing the symptoms the second they hit 500. There's a roughly 250-year range for when it can emerge, and no single case develops at the same speed. Even if they are in the minority, there are people dying from physical degeneration as we speak who could otherwise have enjoyed decades, or even over a century, of good health. Isn't that a tragedy, regardless of what else one might think?
The man nodded impassively, taking a few notes. And your opinion, Headmaster Ishkabal?
My outlook is that, no matter what the field, the frontier always appears unreachable until it's claimed. I cannot say for certain whether associative collapse-type dementia can be cured.
So wait. I want to call out. That should be an "it's" with an apostrophe. Sorry.
Yeah. But I can tell you that in the days of the Old Kingdoms, people believed that no man could live beyond the age of 70. Okay, the Old Kingdoms. That such was the will of the gods, and that to conceive otherwise was mere fantasy. Yet today, isn't that age considered little more than the end of young adulthood? Indeed, you could scour the Mimikos and not find anyone that age who appeared even close to elderly. The march of progress is always incremental, the impossible slowly becoming possible. I believe it is paramount that our academy always remains at the forefront of that march, for better or worse.
Fuck me.
Interesting.
That guy really is a master of vacuous public relations bullshit. Cam's answer might have been weirdly defensive, but at least she actually engaged with the question. Despite my skepticism, the crowd murmured approvingly, yet it was obvious from the man's expression that he wasn't done quite yet. Thank you, Headmaster. One more question, if you don't mind.
By all means.
It's inarguable, of course, that the Order of the Universal Panacea made great contributions to medical scholarship during their long period of anonymous publication. Yet it is also true that they are considered to have made few, or even none, of note since revealing themselves to the public 20 years ago. Arguably, their work has been peripheral for the past half-century. In addition, the organization has become the subject to some degree of critique for its continuing secrecy and other practices contrary to modern academic values. In fact, you may be aware that Thutmose of Akatep, former counselor of medicine in the Mechian Republic, recently referred to the group as a cult-like fringe organization. Ouch. Though frankly, he wasn't wholly wrong. What would you say to that? The headmaster spoke quickly, clearly eager to beat any potential interjection from Cam. This time, he took more of a neutral, professional tone.
I'd like to make one thing clear. Despite being honored by this invitation, our Academy does not share the outlook of the Order on all issues, nor agree with the specifics of how they choose to manage themselves. Indeed, there are doubtlessly elements of how their organization is run which are worthy of critique, and that even I personally find objectionable as a scholar.
It was a physical struggle not to roll my eyes. If anyone in the crowd was actually paying attention to my face, I probably looked as though I was having a stroke.
However, the fact remains its membership contains some of the most esteemed arcanists in the remaining world. Even if one were to ignore their work concerning human longevity altogether, almost all of them are academic titans in their own right. For that reason alone, it would be simply irresponsible to pass up this opportunity. Our exemplary acolytes class won't just be attending this conclave to learn. They'll be ambassadors for modern academia itself, taking the first steps towards bringing them back into the fold. Though it may be conceited of me, it's my sincere hope that the Order will learn something from them as well.
Another well-crafted answer that superficially touched on the content of the question without saying anything meaningful. The headmaster really had missed his calling as a politician. Naturally, he couldn't admit to the real explanation, which was that publicity was sometimes more important than adherence to professional standards. The truth was, the Order was popular. All their strange customs garnered them a mystique that had invited speculation from the public for decades, to the point that there had even been books for laypeople written about them. The closely guarded secret of their meeting place, the obscene grandeur of their stated objective, the publishing of their findings via encoded dead drop at university doorsteps, signed only with a mysterious symbol. That shit might have seemed ridiculous to the actual professionals, but the average pleb loved it. They embodied the romanticized perception of arcanists in the mourning period, enigmatic figures shut away in towers, emerging only to perform miracles. Of all the applications of the power, healing was the least exciting to the average person. Things didn't blow up, get transformed or teleported, or whatever else, so for them to have cultivated that level of appeal was no small feat. Again, though, ultimately, Alexandros wasn't wrong. Now that they were a public organization, surviving on reputation like that in the long term was unsustainable. Once you knew the people behind the curtain, excessive theatrics started to come across differently, almost like roleplay. If they didn't change in the way the headmaster was talking about, the days of their organization could well be numbered. I mean, not that it really mattered to me one way or the other, honestly.
Now then, let's take a few more.
About a half hour later, the press conference was over. After a patronizing post-mortem from the headmaster, our classmates had largely gone their separate ways, no doubt keen to make the most out of their last few free hours before the trip. The few of us who had nothing better to do lingered in the auditorium, in the little alcove that had passed for the backstage area. 4 of us remained: Theodoros, one of the boys in our class, Ran, Camerusepa, and of course myself. Theodoros of Melanthos, a withdrawn young man who endeavors to avoid conflict and dislikes attention, rarely speaking his true feelings. Of all the class, he has the closest relationship to the Order, with his father Linos being a current member of the Discretionary Council. Accordingly, many in the arcane healing community expect much from him, expectations he could frankly do without. He is a childhood friend of Utsushikome, though their contemporary relationship is extremely distant. While no ace in terms of exams and casting fundamentals, he has a certain foresight, easily mistaken for neurosis, that leads him to excel when it comes to constructing experiments, and, allegedly, during duels. Perhaps these same instincts explain his demeanor. What child doesn't know the story of Cassandra?
This guy's really cute, and also I'm excited about the concept of duels being in this world.
There
Are they
duels.
magic duels? Are they sword duels? I don't know.
Good question.
Maybe I'll find out.
The storm, suffice it to say, had not let up at all. Now that some of the lights used during the conference were off, the rain falling on the glass ceiling cast strange, oscillating shadows over the entire chamber. Typo. There was a liminal feeling to the place and the moment. I couldn't relax, though. Why not?
I don't think she can ever relax.
Because I was being harassed, that's why.
Well,
what?
What did you think, pray tell?
I sighed slightly. There was a small bowl on the table at which we were sitting. I took a piece of chocolate from it and munched. I think you did well. Everyone seemed to like it.
Come on, Sue. I know you're holding back. Give it to me. Your full frontal criticism, no holds barred.
I'm not holding back. Really, that's what I think. She clicked her tongue.
We both clicked our tongue. Sue, I've known you for... Fran, how long has this class been going for now? Don't ask me, you're the time expert. Bugger off, you know that's not how it works. My sense of time passage is dreadful, so true.
I'm gonna say you take Cam and Ran, I'll take Sue and Theo.
Okay.
Also, yeah, I feel like we're not pointing out the faces much. Honestly, my eyes are on the text because I have to read aloud, but the faces are really good.
They are, yeah, very expressive. I feel like her, smug little smile to start is just, It's so good.
2 years, 4 months, 18 days, and 2 hours and about 15 minutes.
Right. I always forget that your creepy number abilities extend to dates, too. Anyway, Sue, I've known you for 2 years, 4 months, and 18 days, apparently. And let me tell you, not once in all that time can I recall us having a serious discussion about anything without you litigating it half to death. The fact of the matter is, you're chronically opinionated.
I'm not.
You are too.
This is infantile.
See? That's an opinion right there.
Actually, maybe you should disregard what I said about not disliking Cam a few minutes ago. I'm kidding, of course. Probably. I glared at Ran, who was quietly snickering to herself.
Now, come on. Tell me what you thought of my speech, for real this time.
I grunted. She was always the type to demand honest opinions without actually wanting to hear them. Fine. You insist. I thought you might have come across a little too strong at points. Put off the crowd and maybe the headmaster a bit. I think you cut out over Discord.
Oh. What? When?
When you were talking about overcoming mortality and defeating death. It got a little weird.
Oh, come on, Sue. It isn't the 1300s anymore. Give the people coming to an event like this some credit. They're not Luddites who will skitter away like mice at the very notion of scientific ambition.
I am not going to elaborate this because, spoilers, but, I think Luddites... Is it Luddites or Luddites? I thought it was Luddites.
It might be Luddites.
Well, I think that is a reference that might not fit the story in ways where other references do fit the story, but...
Okay.
But also it's there's the whole stories getting translated to our language and, argument, but whatever. Look, I'm just saying, it's one thing to talk about life extension science, or whatever you want to call it, in the way the headmaster was, where you just frame it as a health issue. But when we start talking about living forever, it starts to sound a little pseudo-scientific, unnatural, like you're the villain from some fantasy drama.
Ugh, I hate it when people say things like that.
What? That you're the villain from a...
No, that it's unnatural. It's idiotic. Terminal normalcy bias. That's really good. I'm gonna start saying that. Terminal normalcy bias, as if anything about modern life is remotely natural. You really think it bothered people?
A little, yeah. I saw some people
Oh,
in
I
the
totally
crowd
had the
giving
wrong
you...
tone with that. Oh well.
A little,
I
yeah.
misunderstood what she was saying.
I saw some people in the crowd giving you funny looks.
But that's so silly. I mean, this whole thing is about a group called the Order of the Universal Panacea. Why would you even come to an event like this if the pursuit of immortality makes you roll your eyes? What do they think Universal Panacea even means?
Curing sickness and infirmity, I guess?
That's living forever. You're describing living forever. People don't just drop dead from bad vibes. They chug along until something nasty comes along and does them in. That's how it works.
I shrugged.
Dying gods, it's all so bloody irrational.
Camerusepa was, as you can see, a bit of an eccentric. She was a true believer in the Order's mission and a technological optimist to an almost absurd degree, the type who used phrases like deathist unironically. I would have even called her a borderline transhumanist, except that she hated the term for some reason. Despite this, she was a relatively thoughtful person at her core, so we got along quite well. That being said, at some point in the last 2 years, our dynamic had become a little strange. Because we were always trading 4th and 3rd place in grading placement within the class, she decided that we were rivals of some sort, and now'd love to challenge and pick at me over every little thing imaginable. Every time she outperformed me on a test or one of her research projects was better evaluated than mine, she'd come and rub it in my face. Every time I did better, she'd said something grotesquely tropey, like, "You got the better of me this time, but don't get too confident." I thought it was all a bit ridiculous. We weren't children, and I didn't care about which one of us got the slightly bigger number in the Academy's dumb system. Moreover, the faux antagonistic pretense had grown pretty old. Plus, she was older than me, so it wasn't even like it was a fair rivalry. Again, not that I cared, to be clear, I'm just providing context for the situation.
I hope I'm not going to get a lecture from the headmaster later. If he didn't bring it up in the post-mortem, it's probably fine. I just don't understand people, you know? Normal people, I mean. So true. Why does such an absurd taboo even exist? Do people want to die? Why should merely discussing something people are already on board with in all but name be seen as such a vulgar act?
Because the whole idea of curing death is a complete fantasy? Was what I wanted to say, though obviously that wouldn't go over well. Every attempt to debate Cam regarding the actual science of life extension went about the same way it had on stage. I'd learned to adapt my tactics. I've told you before, Cam, the average person doesn't like to imagine a world that's fundamentally different to the one they live in. People are comfortable with modest improvements to their lives, but if something goes too far, it starts to feel like a fantasy, or just outright disturbing. Like, how to put this? Imagine you invented 2 different sleep medications. One of them gives whoever takes it the perfect bare minimum of rest the body needs to recover every night, without ever oversleeping, having nightmares, or anything else going on. The other removes the ability or need to sleep completely. Just poof, gone from the entire human condition. Which of those 2 do you end up becoming more popular?
I should hope it would be the second. We waste a full third of our lives sleeping. A drug that could abolish the need for it without any side effects would be miraculous.
You know that's not what would happen.
Maybe not at first, but they'd come around. The non-sleepers would outperform them in terms of... She's so grad school pilled. The non-sleepers would outperform them in terms of workplace productivity. Eventually, it would become a question of economic incentive.
Oh my god. Okay, forget the analogy. All I'm saying is, people create narratives about what's absolute in this world in order to make sense of it. We need to, or else we'd all go crazy. People need to eat. People need to sleep. Everyone eventually dies. When you challenge one of those, well, it's like you're challenging their narrative of what it means to be human, the baseline of people's idea of living.
This conversation sure got pretentious fast. Oh, hush. I understand what you're trying to say, Sue. Obviously, I can't deny that there's a conservative streak to man's character. But you must admit it is absurd. It's not as if we haven't overturned the natural order numerous times across every period of history. We have all these narratives, as you always put it, about death, about how it's fundamental, necessary, some beautiful part of the natural world. It completely disables people's capacity for rational thinking.
I mean, I'm not sure those narratives exist purely for arbitrary reasons. Like, the last time human civilization changed something so core to being a person, civilization was almost destroyed.
What did they change? Tell me! Are you talking about in the Imperial era? That's a stretch of a connection.
Or more recently, the revolution arguably happened because
Don't make this political, Sue.
everything is political, was what I wanted to say, but this would just make things worse.
Besides, that was all sorted out in the compromise. Her little smile was so funny. That's the reason the prohibition was lifted to begin with.
I'm not sure it's that simple.
For whatever it's worth, I agree with Sue. It's not hard to see why people find the idea so spooky. Well, of course you agree with her. You two back one another up about bloody well everything. Not everything. Do you know what the problem with the average person is, Sue?
Do tell.
It's that they have no sense of perspective. They only think of the problem in front of their nose. Their next looming personal crisis, or health problem, or okay, I understand. Or pet social or environmental issue. They're unable to step back and perceive what's truly pertinent to their own well-being.
Okay.
I'm serious. I mean, think about it. What really causes social strife on the most fundamental of levels? Dick-waving contests? You weren't asked, Ran.
Who asked? Did I ask? I'm not good with rhetorical questions. Resource scarcity? Is that what you're looking for?
It's a manner of resource, one might say.
Just tell me.
It's the fear of death itself. Or to put it another way, the finiteness of life.
Yeah, and I want to go back a couple lines. I wonder if this... Because I've worked in the engine that this is made in, Ren'Py, a little bit myself, and I wonder if this italics was meant to end after mana or after resource, but they forgot to put the ending tag.
I think so, but I don't know which it was.
Yeah.
I'd probably manner, I would guess.
Yeah, I think so. Oh. Anyway.
Shocking. Why do you think people pursue self-interest at the expense of the greater good socially? I'll tell you. It's because they have no incentive for truly long-term thinking, since they know they'll be dead. That was really funny. Why do people hoard wealth and property far in excess of what they need? Because they're afraid they'll lose the ability to obtain them at all once taken by weakness or infirmity. If you ask me, all political activism, all this maneuvering of power we've been doing since the dawn of time is treating the symptom. Attempting to merely navigate the human condition in lieu of solving it.
Again, there was much one could say about Camersepa, but one could never accuse her of being unambitious in her thinking.
And in my opinion, as a physician, girl, who asked you? There's nothing more irresponsible.
I feel like it's a little over-optimistic to assume that removing the threat of death would instantly make everyone behave selflessly. Like, you just admitted that people have a short-term cognitive bias a minute ago, and I think there's more to human greed than just the anxiety of loss.
You're such a cynic, Sue. How can you look at the world that mankind has built in the modern day after losing almost everything and still have so little faith in our better nature?
It's because of the world humanity has built that I don't. She rolled her eyes, then looked across the table, toward the member of our group who had so far escaped unscathed as he scribbled down notes.
What's your take on all this, Theo? Why do you think the public is so regressive when it comes to the topic?
Pardon me, I was only half paying... I'm not doing that voice. Pardon me, I was only half paying attention. What are we talking about?
Immortality, Theo. Or more specifically, why the lovely lot of loggerheads in our audience this fine morning are eager to see themselves crumble into dirt.
Theo wore the face of a man who'd wished he'd been paying more attention so that he might have escaped before it was too late. Still, he cleared his throat, wiping his nose with a handkerchief. He was always suffering from some sort of allergy. Well, considering my father's work, I'm not sure I can claim to hold an unbiased opinion on the matter.
Just speak your mind, Theo. We're not going to bite your bloody head off.
Right. Well, disregarding the idea that the way the idea is viewed in popular culture, the literary associations with hubris and the like, and of course the practical limitations Mr. Mirror raised, I suppose it comes down to a question of sustainability? I mean, don't misunderstand, obviously I agree on principle with increasing people's lifespans, but, well, we live in a world with finite resources in space. Without some degree of a mortality rate to check our population, things could become unsustainable.
Come now, you can't really believe in that old trope, can you? Everyone knows that birth rates decrease proportionally to longevity and quality of life. In any case, it's not as if we're especially short on space. The lower planes still haven't been resettled at all since the war. Isn't that because they suck and are, not close to what it should be like?
The previous attempts at recreating the world by the ironworkers prior to the Mimikos, there are 6 in totality, though only the 2 biggest, the Atelikos and the Diakos, are remotely compatible with human life.
Yeah, what are we supposed to do?
That's 2 of them. Be that as it may, no matter how slow the rate or high the ceiling, growth without any checks will eventually exceed capacity, I should think.
Well, obviously the mortality rate won't be 0. Some people will still choose to die for whatever bloody reason. And if worst came to worst, we could build more void installations. It would be centuries before we ran out of resources.
I mean, that would still only be kicking the can further into the future, ultimately. Plus, there are also social concerns. Major landmarks in cultural progress often only come in the wake of generational transition.
Ugh, that trope is even worse! Progress comes one funeral at a time is only a truism because we spend a full third of our lives in a state of physical decline, unable to stay active and socially engaged. That's the reason people become resistant to change, not simply having lived longer. And even if it were true, can you name another scenario where you'd advocate letting people die as what amounts to a form of social engineering? The only way one can even attempt to frame such an idea as acceptable is normalcy bias.
That's not what I'm saying. I just think it's a difficult issue.
A difficult issue? My goodness.
Cam, you said you weren't going to bite his head off.
Well, I was expecting him to agree with me.
She's iconic.
That's so good. Is it so wrong to hope for one person in this class to be willing to mindlessly regurgitate my opinion on this? Honestly, she's real for that. You have Zeke. Don't remind me. But seriously, every day our culture dithers over this issue, pours funding into distractions that focus only on maintaining failing bodies or making death more comfortable. Countless thousand more lives are being consigned to their doom. Meat fed into the grinder.
That's a little dramatic.
It's not remotely dramatic. The annihilation of a human consciousness is the most horrific thing that can happen. We can only deny and deflect away from that through collective self-delusion.
There's something to that argument, I think,
Yeah. But also it's like, you kind of need that collective self-delusion if it's just a fact of life that you can't get around. So, I understand why to this point that has been the general public's thought.
That sure is one of the debate's core to this story.
Mm-hmm. We're not condemned to that fate. The problem can be fixed. We have the technology.
Suffice it to say, it was questionable if we had the technology. It wasn't as if Cam was completely wrong. Obviously, the human lifespan was hardly immutable. When scholars late in the New Kingdoms era first began playing with the anima script and the more fundamental elements of human biology, They'd found a lot of low-hanging fruit. Just by diligently killing off mutated cells and changing a few quirks of their structure, it could easily be doubled. Designing novel forms of helpful bacteria and re-engineering some of the systems of the body pushed it forward by another 100, as did progress in artificial organs. The collapse had been a major setback, but had eventually been offset by a more sophisticated use of the power. Right now, it was the highest it had ever been in human history. But the issue was that life extension was, by nature, a Sisyphean problem. The more concerns you dealt with in trying to achieve it, the more ones which might previously have resided in the background rose to the surface. Take cancer, humanity's oldest friend. In the modern day, dealing with it in its basic form was easy. Stick a scepter in their business, cast the life-slaying arcana with the cancerous addendum script, which identifies and eliminates the 10,000 most common types of defective cell, and boom, no problem, a monkey could do it. But the body isn't a thing unto itself, a stable existence that occasionally gets worn down or infected with nasty little things. Rather, it's a billion little feedback loops that evolution has molded to cohere into a vestige. Is it vestige or vestige? Vestige of
I think
order.
it's vestige.
But that order is only incidental, and as it drifts from the context from which it was designed, things fall apart. To go back to cancer cells, they aren't malevolent little sprites that emerge from the netherworld. They're merely one such feedback loop that has gone slightly wrong due to some discord in that order. And even in killing them off, imperceptible stress is caused on the others, which might cause them to mutate in slightly more complex ways. Ever more discord, even rarer and more interesting points of failure, and that's only within the body, not even touching on external factors. Sure, maybe things could get a bit better. Maybe her optimism about associative collapse dementia wasn't even wholly misplaced. But at a certain point, it wasn't even a health issue. It was a physics one. At least, that was my thinking. I bet you're finding this all pretty funny, aren't you?
I swear, when we get there, you'll all see. When you understand the kind of work being done at the forefront of the field, full body transplants, deep cellular regeneration, wonders of Promethean character. Yeah, nothing ever goes wrong meeting your heroes. You know, Ran, they say sarcasm. Is it Ran or Ron? I forgot.
I think I say Ran. I don't know. This is a book.
Okay. Well, true. But I want to be consistent with what we said earlier. You know, Ran, they say sarcasm is the last refuge of the ideological nihilist.
I feel like she sees that as a mic drop.
Yeah. Who says that exactly? People.
Ran smirked and chuckled to herself, causing Cam to click her tongue in irritation before quickly composing herself. Wearing a long-suffering expression, as if this conversation were suddenly beneath her, she slid her hand into her pocket and withdrew her logic engine.
Well, as much as I would love for you three to continue your attempts to crush my dreams under the foot of your logic, I have somewhere I need to be before we depart in a couple of hours.
Isn't it 3 hours? She blinked.
Oh, duh. 2 p.m. is 3 hours after 11 p.m.
Is that a typo, or is it a very silly moment?
No idea.
I think it was a typo.
Goodness, I know I said I have no sense of time, but that was bad even by my standards.
We could take it as canon that she's got that bad a sense of time.
Yeah, I do also feel that a couple could be 3. Like, if I said I had to be somewhere in a couple hours, I think that would be valid.
I am a purist on a couple. I think it is.
You think it's only 2?
I am a purist. If you're going above 2,
then you would just say 2.
I would say a few.
That's dumb.
But if I'm going higher, I would say a few.
Well, a couple is just a useless word then.
Well, no, because if I say if there's 240 people, I would say a couple hundred people. But I wouldn't say that for 315 people.
Sure.
Can you see the similarities of my personality with Sue?
Unfortunately.
Maybe you're just stressed out after the press conference.
Sue, how sweet of you to gloss over my stupidity. Well, let's hope you're right. It would be a bit too on the nose if I came down with early onset ACD following that speech.
They do say that people in cerebral vocations tend to see more cases.
Oh, very helpful, Theo. Eminently reassuring.
Sighing to herself, she tapped a finger once, then twice, against the device. What is it?
My logic engine isn't working.
This time she pushed her whole hand against the false iron to no avail. Oh,
This
no.
iron. That's interesting.
No glossary on that one, huh? You've kept it wound up, right?
Yes, Theo, I've kept it wound up. I know I may come across as a bit of a ditz, but I do understand the basic thermodynamics of machines needing power to function.
Hey, I was just trying to help.
Ugh, this is such a nuisance. I needed this for my presentation.
Maybe Lilith could fix it?
No, she already left with her mother, and I'm not rolling that die over something so critical. I'll just have to pick up my spare. Well, all the more reason for me to be off. I'll see you lot later. Try to get a little excited, would you?
I can.
Later. Uh-oh. Utsushikome, do one thing for me today.
Nailed it.
Put aside your pessimism, however warranted you might imagine it, and try to picture it seriously. A world without death. A world where people are free to explore every facet of existence, to evolve into their ultimate selves, unbound by the arbitrary whims of mortality that smothers them in the crib. Who would you aspire to be? Who would you become? How much of who you are now, how you think, what you believe, is not fundamental, but merely a means of coping with the limitations of a finite world?
I stared at her, my brow slowly furrowing.
I know what you're thinking. But to imagine something is to make space for it within your reality. To arrive at a future, we must first accept it as possible. As Plato wrote, as to escape captivity, we must first perceive the bars of our cage. We have the opportunity to become part of something revolutionary today, to take the first step towards a new epoch. Epoch?
I think epoch?
I think so too.
Isn't it funny
Least...
how, like, I've done this more than you, but isn't it funny how, like, doing things that you're recording for the internet to see suddenly makes you realize how many words you're not sure how to pronounce?
Yeah, it's rough when you're primarily a reader and then, like, the vocabulary is large, like, I know what these mean, except the clothing item that I thought was a sea creature. But can I pronounce them? Nope.
Yeah. And it's like, and you worry about it because it's going out on the internet.
Yeah, right. I don't care when I'm just reading it in my brain.
Yeah.
Let's at least not dismiss it out of hand, eh?
With that, she grabbed a piece of chocolate from the table, winked, and strode out the door into the quad.
I feel like this wasn't necessarily the best tack she could take, because, like, you're just giving people an existential crisis at that point. And it's like, to a certain extent, like, Sue was saying, what we have right now is what we're comfortable with, And so being like, but what if this other crazy thing happened is not necessarily a thing. Anyway. She's nuts. Absolutely cracked.
I think it's good that she believes in something.
Phi? Do we know Phi?
Am I being...
Do I know Phi?
I don't know if I'm being dumb or if I'm not realizing which character that refers to.
Alright. Phi believes in something. Cam lives in an entirely divergent reality.
Oh, in chat. Yeah, you're right. It's probably them. Alright.
If she were born in the fire epoch, she'd be doing Goa sacrifices like the guy in your stupid joke.
I don't think she's that deluded. Like, I know people say stuff like transhumanism is just a secular cult, and I'm not saying that's always untrue. At least scientific prophecy has the potential to be realized. Even if it's, not always particularly likely.
Transhumanism, Sue said that she didn't like being called that, right?
Yeah, Cam does not like being called that.
Yeah. I'm devil's advocate.
I think you cut out. You hear me? Is Discord working?
I can't see the next line.
No,
Did you hear me say that one?
I did not hear you say that one because you cut out.
All right. Take two. Fuck off. You're just playing devil's advocate, like she said. I bet you were fighting the urge to roll your eyes the whole time.
I'm being serious. Besides, I think half the stuff she says is more aspirational than literal.
What does that even mean?
I mean that she probably knows that living forever is impossible deep down, but for some reason is emotionally dependent on that not being the case. I've met people like her before.
The frame narrative's making you look really stupid right now.
You have to be a little gentle and read between the lines.
You're too much of a softie. Or, no, that's not even it. You're the kind of person who'd see a pack of wolves tearing apart a flock of sheep, then see a little wolf with a bum leg at the back who's being shunned by the others, and say, "It must be so tough to be that wolf. He's not going to get anything to eat." You have too much empathy, but only for overcomplicated assholes specifically.
That poor wolf. There's nothing he can do.
That's such a specific read. I love it. Hook, line, sinker.
It's a fair point, I guess. I think there's a nasty tendency in people to always see one's own suffering as the most important, the most interesting, the most unique. And whenever you see a glint of it in others, to spend way too much time trying to dig it out. Even when usually there's not as much there as you think. Even when usually the worst kinds of struggles are really basic, universal stuff that even comfortable people will have to deal with eventually. Like losing a loved one, or colon disease, or things like that. Nobody wants to see themselves in the sheep. It's misery without any glory.
I like how you've taken a problem I said you have specifically and generalized it to people.
Listen, you're always telling me not to self-deprecate so much nowadays, aren't you? If you really want to know, what I'm thinking is that like knows like.
So,
in terms of us both being overcomplicated assholes, I mean, in our own way.
Right.
Yeah, tempo and chat, there are so many things you see. I mean, because I did my reread recently, like, so much you see at the beginning when you know everything. Yeah. But, despite the weather, the upper plaza of Olderu was busier than ever. The streets, shadowed by the hanging gardens of the uppermost levels and the crystalline spires and the bronze and stone monoliths that dominated by the city center, were thronged with an uncountable number of veiled figures moving with intent. Many of them seemed to be involved with preparations for the parade in some form or another. Some were erecting stands, others engaged in some last-minute bleaching of the stonework, but the lion's share seemed to be focused on hanging ceremonial banners from any pole or ridge that could conceivably accommodate them. The majority were stark white on black, the colors of the Grand Alliance, but a few bore the much uglier flag of Olderu specifically, which depicted an overly detailed dark blue mountain against a Tyrian purple background. These were supposedly the shades that represented royalty and prestige in the Old World, so when the city had been founded to serve its contemporary role, they had been chosen for that reason. There was probably something profound to be read into that about how modern politics place symbolic association before function, but I was too tired to fully enunciate the point. The veils, too, were a sea of contrasting colors. Most were black, that was the default, and the most tasteful, but you also saw blues, browns, purples, and even the occasional more cheerful color. Some of the women's were subtly more frilly and fashionable, while others were completely utilitarian. Ran and I were two more faces in the crowd, indistinguishable from any others as we huddled under my umbrella. Dim light from the great lamp cut through the clouds. An artificial sun created by the ironworkers to illuminate the Mimikos, encircling the bowl along a titanic bronze frame. This also suspends the lesser lamp, which emulates moonlight. They sure are making a racket out here, huh?
Bronze is an interesting choice for that.
Wait,
you stole my line.
Yeah, that was my bad. I was in a flow.
Wait, they have different clothes now?
I think they're the same.
Or they have, like, headpieces
They are
on.
wearing their veils.
Okay, got it. They sure are making a racket out here, huh?
Well, the High Street is the first stop of the parade. There will probably be tens of thousands of people squeezed in just around the Academy tomorrow.
Thank God we'll be somewhere else.
You're not sad to miss it?
Fuck no.
Used to love even the little ones they did back home when we were in tertiary school. You remember the year after we met? When you dragged me out to the fireworks?
Yeah, well, that was when I didn't know shit about politics. If I wanted to watch old people jerk themselves off for hours, I'd find a way to do it that didn't involve wasting 3 luxury debt.
I snorted. I literally snorted in real life before I read that.
You're just like super real. So, where do you want to go?
Hey, you're the one who said we ought to have lunch.
For you.
There's a little cafe I go to sometimes, tucked in this little alley under part of the gardens. You do a really good shakshuka there. You'd like it.
You've never mentioned this before.
Well, it's kind of a private space for me.
That desperate to get away from me, huh?
Not from you. Just, everyone at the academy.
What, you tired of the micro-celebrity lifestyle?
Excuse me. Don't be facetious. I just needed somewhere where I can work and get decent coffee without worrying about being bothered. It's really hard to find a cafe that's both quiet and not kind of scummy right in the middle of the city like this. It has to strike a perfect balance of mediocrity and mild inconvenience.
You're really selling me on this.
As we headed off the main road, a group of golems heaving massive wooden shafts passed us by, directed by a workman. Something in the process seemed to have dislodged his veil at the corner, and he leaned sharply away from us as we passed him, averting his eyes. Wow, that guy's paranoid. He freaked out even though we're both girls.
Even though we're both girls.
We're both girls.
Okay, I don't know what the implications of that are, but I'll continue. I heard there was an event last week down near the assembly hall. One of the 2 people even died, apparently. People are probably just worked up again.
I suppose.
So, what kind of stuff would you do?
Huh?
You know, the shit Cam was saying. If you never had to worry about dying.
Oh, I mean, it's not really worth thinking about, is it? It'll just make you miserable, dwelling on an idea that will never happen.
I don't know, the whole perspective governs reality thing isn't totally wrong, even if her motivation is deranged. Thinking about a hypothetical like that can make some things clearer for you. Like, if I didn't feel any sunk cost over the last 10 years, I'd probably go back to school and study history or literature or something.
I thought you said you were happy being a diviner.
Diviner. I think that's the first class name drop we've gotten.
Calling it a class is funny, and I guess not inaccurate.
Okay.
Not inaccurate.
I don't know what...
No, that is a reasonable term to use. That's why it's funny.
Okay. It's not like I'm unhappy. I mean, I'm definitely going to be a lot better off financially than if none of this had happened. The wrong then, we got another typo. Gave me an excuse to actually give a shit instead of just bumbling through life with my thumb up my ass. But it's not, ideal. If I didn't have to worry about the future, I'd think differently. And maybe that says a few things about what my goals ought to be.
You're saying to treat it as a thought experiment.
That's just a pretentious way to say hypothetical, but sure. So, what would you do? What kind of life would you want to have?
It was obvious what she meant. Put that way, it felt a little cruel. I don't know. To be honest, I never really had much of an idea of what kind of life I wanted to live before all this. And it's not like there's been much reason to think about it. Not since we learned about my body. So I don't really think I have any desires that won't be resolved this weekend, one way or another.
Bullshit. Nobody has 0 desires. You must at least have some basic kid or teenager shit, like, I'd read every fantasy novel ever written, or I'd get 2 hot girlfriends who could force feed me chocolate eclairs.
Wow. She called out both dreams that both of us have.
Yeah, absolutely wild.
Where did you pull
Reading
that from?
I'm just saying, there must be something that comes to mind.
I guess I've kind of wished I could spend more of my life traveling. there's some story ideas I had when I was young, too. Maybe I'd get back into art, become a graphic novelist or something.
There you go.
It really is pointless to think about, though.
Don't say that. Look. Did we miss a line?
I don't think so. Dude.
Okay.
It was just, don't say that. Look.
Okay. We'll go there, get an answer, and then, depending on what they say, we'll decide what we want to do. You shouldn't already be thinking in terms of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh.
Chat is saying kinda gay, which, I mean, it's a little gay to be a girl and want 2 girlfriends. I can't lie. That's not exactly hetero.
They might have you there. They honestly might have you there.
Yeah.
A second. Alright. Alright, ready. Oh, that's right. I haven't introduced myself properly, have I? Even though I already started rambling on with all this, my name is Mitsushikomeya Fusai. It's an old name from Katoi, and it's supposed to mean something like strange fate. Mitsushikomeya Fusai, a serious and somewhat neurotic student, with a strange sense of humor that only comes out in private. She has a familial connection to the order through her grandfather, a former member of the Discretionary Council, and also studied under another during her arcane tutelage in Meki. Her and Ran have an old but strange friendship, as well as a certain goal for visiting the Conclave unrelated to their class. However, they haven't shared the details. She enjoys mystery novels. Her talent lies in her near-perfect memory, especially for numbers, and her mathematical and logical ability. Yet that rationality is undermined by a stubborn streak. She will break before she bends.
Does strange friendship mean they explore each other's bodies? I'm just asking.
You have a right to ask.
Yeah, and I don't want the answer. I'll learn when I learn. Or I'll check AO3 and be satisfied.
And be spoiled on.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite moves. Love doing that.
Though, to tell you the truth, I only speak the modern dialect, so I couldn't say for certain. I mostly grew up in an Enochian country, and my mother has always been somewhat flippant about our heritage. You've probably gathered as much already, but back when all this happened, I was a novice healer, a Thanatomancer specifically.
Hell yeah, we got another one!
In the second year of studying for my doctorate. Also, I feel like this gets mentioned at some point, but what does Thanatomancer mean?
Is it like, I don't know.
Wait, do you not know? I don't know. Well, like as in Thanatos, you know?
Thana is something about life? I don't, but that's
Thanatos,
kind of all I'm feeling.
Thanatos is basically the Greek Grim Reaper. But point I'm trying to make here is that it sounds like it's another word for necromancy.
Like hospice or something? Oh, necromancy.
That's the... I was just trying to...
Huh.
I think it's funny that they have a different word for it, which I think gets mentioned at some point.
Oh, so this isn't necromancy? It just sounds like it?
Well, I mean, the word means the same thing, so...
Okay. Also, how many of these classes that aren't classes are there? Did it say, or can I know?
Probably at least.
Or is it not
It's like asking how many sciences are there, and I'd be like, well, there's physics, chemistry, biology, but you could break that down more, and there's like...
But then there's a bunch of
and there's like
ones, yeah.
zoology, yeah.
Oh my god, there's only one AO3 fic? I can fix this. Guys, I can fix this.
Now you have to read it. Now you have to go all
Oh
the way.
no! Now I'm stuck, because I need to provide the people with more fanfiction. Damn.
Right. Did I even finish reading that line? A Thanatomancer specifically, in the second year of studying for my doctorate. I was a member of the Exemplary Acolytes program, one of the most prestigious in the world, ostensibly because I was a genius, but mostly because I had influential family. That's not to say I was stupid. Academically, I'd always done well, but at the same time, I wasn't anything truly exceptional. You're probably wondering what's up with Ran and I, right? To keep it short, on that day, 28th of Choyak 1409 Covenant, the trip our class was taking happened to also align with a goal the two of us had been pursuing for a long time. Or to flip it around, you could say that we joined the class for the slim chance of realizing that goal. That's a little vague, I know, but if I explained everything right away, it would spoil the story. Beyond that, there's not a lot to tell. I'm an introvert and keep to myself. I like horror fiction primarily and puzzles. I used to like mysteries, but not so much lately. And I talk to myself a lot, and am a bit of a chronic liar, though I'm not very good. I'm not lying now, though. This is all true. Aha. Actually, may I speak bluntly for a moment? There is something I would like you to know about me before we continue. I am, above and before all else, a fundamentally selfish, spiteful, and covetous person. I have no particular ambitions myself, but there is nothing that fills me with more dread than being forced to live in the shadow of others, to submit to their dreams. If I could, I would take everyone in this world who shines vibrantly, everyone who excels, who rules or dominates, who brings change or creates beauty, regardless of whether their motive is selfless or in service to ego, and ruin them, drag them down to my level, down into the mud. I would create a universe of stasis, a ship in a bottle where all things are forever fixed and at my service, where nothing would exceed my reference of it, change in a way that left me behind. Yet I would not do this to glorify myself, no. Only so I might fearlessly rot, knowing nothing would ever slip away. Also, yeah, what Quiza's saying in chat is yeah, it's hard to write fics because there is so much we don't know about the characters. Eve, so again, talking about something that no one watching will have any frame of reference for. Remember how I said Ren feels like a similar character to me to Tavor from Malazan? Mm-hmm. So does that communicate? Yeah, because how would you write fics?
I was definitely thinking of Malazan because it's a similar issue of like, there's just too much hidden by the narrative that you can't really dig into the characters. Yeah. And that's like the most important thing about fic, so.
Yeah, and the stories are cool, but it makes it hard.
Even at this point, like, how much of it you've read, would you say that that's true?
I think you could write fic that is, like... Okay, there are some openings, and, like, people watching who, you know, are caught up with the story will know exactly what I mean. With certain things about where the story is presently, there's like just like so much room to write fic solely in the realm of like slice of life character interactions, like, and like you could do AUs fine and just in terms of like fun interactions, but there is very little room to like, you could do AUs in the sense of like coffee shop, grad school, whatever. You couldn't do like an alternate way the main plot goes because it's very intricate and we don't understand so much of why it happens the way it does. And I don't think it would be very hard to write fics where you like insert scenes with in between scenes in the story. It depends on where or which characters you chose to do it with. But yeah, like you could write fic for sure, but like not in
only certain
types.
Yeah. Okay,
also,
that makes sense.
Yeah, what Quiza says is true. The fandom is definitely more mystery solvers than fanfic writers. The artists are really good.
Well, I'm definitely not a mystery solver, so I'm like, I'll just take it as it comes in the story, you know? I'll analyze it a lot once it's happened, but
yeah,
it's not my business to try to guess what the author's going to do. They're just going to do it.
Yeah, I'll find out. That's my default. I have tried to solve it. I have not solved it. Anyway. Please don't misunderstand me. This is not something I am saying out of shame or self-pity, to put myself down. Perhaps I might have done at the time this story took place. But on the contrary, I consider this almost noble, because I believe the world as it exists is flawed. You must feel the same way, no? Otherwise you wouldn't be here. Due to the that is so interesting, because that is not in this part of the story in the original, and I cannot say anything about why that's interesting, but that is so interesting.
Just that line or this whole section?
That line. Okay. Due to the nature of human psychology as intelligent social animals, with nonetheless relatively poor cognitive flexibility compared to other mammals, our happiness is in many regards, a zero-sum game. When something about the world around us changes, it causes us discomfort. Yet making changes is also a precursor to our own self-realization, and thus happiness. This can be offset to a degree by investing ourselves in others, allowing us to vicariously experience the joy of personal change through them, or in specific causes, where we tie increasingly significant changes to our own identity. But we also possess limited emotional bandwidth. There are only so many things we can hold on to, meaning that the pain of loss is inevitable. All I have done is comprehend this unacceptable reality and wish for an armistice. I will not change, and, in return, nothing else will change. Anyway, as I said, back then I had not yet come to terms with this aspect of my nature. As a result, I felt and did some strange things. If, in the course of all of this, you develop any faith in me as an individual, I will certainly betray your expectations. Consider that a warning. I am what I am, and cannot be anything else. Oh, thank the gods, finally. Come in. What the hell took you so long? My apologies, headmaster. This traffic is unmanageable. I don't want to hear your excuses, not on a day like this. What news? Have we heard from the Order? Yes, sir. Dervasa of Boyal has left us a message on behalf of the Discretionary Council. And? The Inner Circle was pleased with how you handled the press conference, and with all your work up until now. As your role has been fulfilled, he thanks you and requests that you await further instructions. What else? That was all. It's exactly what I was afraid of then. Can't believe this. They're going to lock us out of the loop. After everything we've done for them, to indulge there. No, there's no point in dwelling on. I assume you're still in regular contact with Grandmaster Amat? Now, so I'm not going to specify what, but a line a few lines ago was really funny, if you know the story. Yes, sir. In fact, we were speaking about her frustrations with the project just yesterday evening. I thought you were against working with her, however. I am against working for her. The last thing I want to do is risk destroying the most important piece of research of the millennium to satisfy one old woman's grudges. Well, more like delusions. However, they've forced our hands. There's no point in any of this if we're left out in the woods. Or worse, if we're silenced. So we need to play things by ear. Get some leverage. I see. What would you have me tell her, then? Tell her that we're willing to participate in her gambit, though no more than that. And send her a copy of this over the Logic Sea. What are just a few observations of mine? I put them together last night. They're not definitive by any means, but they should be enough to light a little fire under their asses, if push comes to shove. Risk spoiling their little game. Take a look. Sir, are you sure this is wise? If we act so directly, it could risk putting the entire Academy in disrepute. Don't be stupid. The Academy is irrelevant. Places like this might not even exist when this all is said and done. You need to think about your own interests for once. We don't have much time. Go, contact her, and get back to me as soon as she replies.
That whole thing went over my head, I can't lie.
Half went over. I need to go reread that one later. Okay, so pausing for a moment, we have been at this for like 2.5 hours. It's getting late-ish for me. I know your time zone, Eve, it's not too late for you, but I'm also curious how are you doing energy-wise? And I'm also curious if people in chat can tell me how close we are to finishing the demo.
Yeah, because we're still in chapter 1. Are there multiple chapters released?
Because, like, I think people have finished, like, I've seen people have finished, this in, like, an hour or two, but, like, we're going pretty slow with reading it aloud and pausing to talk. We're pretty close to finished. Yeah. Okay, good to know.
Okay.
Like, if this takes another, like, hour, I'm fine. Although I might want to take, like, a break for a couple minutes right now, simply because, I'll use the bathroom and drink some water. So...
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that.
And, let me, hang on, let me pull up the thing I used when I streamed Deltarune a few weeks ago. There, that is now on the screen. Alright, I'll be back in a few.
Cool.
I return. Hello. Hello, Eve. Hello, chat. Is Eve gone right now, too? Interesting. I guess that would make sense. So you say we're about 2/3 of the way through Ballard Robinette. That's well, we ball, assuming Eve also has the energy. This song is pretty nice. I wonder if this is one of the ZC tracks or stock music. Pretty curious which ones are which. I've been having a pretty good time with this, I gotta say. I gotta say, in terms of just like moment to moment enjoying it in visual novel form, seeing character sprites, seeing this like I want to say tightened version of the story, but also to an extent like just like changed. I have been having a great time. Like, this is kind of just everything I wanted out of the adaptation. I sort of just like I just want like this continued further through all the upcoming entire rest of the story, I guess is a way to put it. Yeah. And really, it's impressive to me, like, there are some moments where they really went all out with interesting visuals. I think it's easy to make a visual novel that mostly just keeps it to, like, backgrounds, music, sprites, text, and if there's anything weirder, you kind of fill that in with text, but I mean, the visuals during the joke, and especially, like, the way they did the hungry bit, which then, helps the joke land later, emphasizing it. It's like it feels really cool that it's doing those things, and obviously like the majority of the story is still going to be presented like a regular VN, but it's I don't know, I think it's nice and adds a lot that it's able to that like they're giving it that production value, doing the extra things that make it land, both so that those moments feel better and just so that like it leaves an impression. It feels professional, it feels well produced in a way that like makes me like very proud to recommend it to people. So yeah, just like it's turning out every way I would want it to for like this story that I too really care about.
I'm back, by the way. I just didn't want to interrupt your monologue.
I was just yapping to fill the air while you were gone.
Fair.
All right, and again, so how are you feeling energy-wise, Eve?
I'm good to go. I mean, it's still pretty early for me, and I'm really enjoying this, so.
I'm glad you are. And yeah, I've been having not just a great time with the story, but also fun time doing this collab together. Yeah, now someone said we're pretty close. Someone said we're like 2/3. I was hoping it'd be like maybe an hour max left, but if it's 2/3 the way through, then it might be a little more than an hour, but I can manage that. You feeling good with that?
Yeah, that's fine. We can also try to go a little faster.
I don't want to miss on the fun discussion either, so let's bring stuff up if it's really interesting and worth doing.
Okay.
Other than just being hard to find, the main reason the cafe, named Hetu's Relief as a pun on the nearby engraving of the dying goddess, if you're curious, was unpopular probably came down to the atmosphere. Though the decor was pleasantly rustic, the entire area was flanked by tall office buildings and estates, and as a result, very little natural light reached the interior, which itself would have been a tight fit under the best of circumstances. Dying goddess, dying gods. The pantheon of deities followed most commonly by humanity prior to the collapse. Largely a defunct religion outside of the temple state of Asherom, but still has a stranglehold on cultural symbolism.
Damn, so there's only one woman in the whole pantheon?
I think they mean more like that particular dying goddess.
Okay.
Like if I said, like, named...
Yeah,
names,
it's like a category of,
I named...
thing instead of, like,
yeah,
the title.
like, I named it Tom Hanks after the actor. He's not the only actor. Yeah. As a result, it felt pretty claustrophobic. But that sort of thing didn't bother me, so it was a win-win. That being said, as I probably ought to have seen coming, the place was busier than usual today. While still hardly packed, the majority of the booths were occupied to some degree, rendering its appeal significantly diminished. This was okay. It was just a meal. I wasn't too hung up about it. It was ephemeral. We'd ordered our lunch, though in terms of selection it was more of a breakfast. Ren, as I'd known she would, had gone for a soup and tea, while I opted for a lamb and cheese flatbread with a hot chocolate. The total came to only 7 luxury debt. The lower than average rating on the service quality index was another nice thing about the place.
Service quality index.
The food had come quickly and the awkward atmosphere from the previous conversation hadn't quite dispersed yet, so we'd ended up only making small talk for a while. But at some point, Ran had picked up a newspaper someone had abandoned on the front counter. The headline, in the sort of font that all but demanded an organ accompaniment, read, "Alliance celebrates 200 years of world peace." Ran regarded it with open contempt.
Gods, what a load of horse shit.
Either way, do you have any, just for the sake of fun, do you want to switch around characters or stick to who we've been doing?
I feel like I'm good sticking to it. I feel like it'll confuse me to switch.
Fair enough. I've seen, like, people doing visual novel streams like this, like, switch it around, but I guess that's often, like, between multiple streams, you know, for long visual novels. Anyway. What's the matter? My mouth was full of hot cheese. This made it difficult to speak.
Just reading about the convention, huffing its own farts as usual. Like, it's one thing to make a big celebration out of the anniversary at all, considering everything that's happened, but still pushing the world peace angle is fucking psychotic. Do they think people are stupid? That they're not paying attention to reality on even a basic level?
Rather than attempt to communicate something complicated, I opted to nod sympathetically.
This civil dispute shit was bad enough when it was just a way to downplay their fuck up while the uprising was still going on, but trying to play it like this? Like there was no war? Like thousands of people dying was just some jumped up riot that was all a misunderstanding? It's borderline revisionist. It's like they think there isn't even a problem and people will just forget about it if they sweep it under the rug. I mean, I guess the fucked up part is that it might work, right? Now that things have calmed down, it's not like anybody but the diehards are going to take up arms again, even if the compromise gets pissed on. So there's no reason for the humanists to give a shit about people our age getting pissed off. They're not going to do anything but whine to their friends. And most of the older generation still think they should have hanged everyone at Ikarion. So it's just going to get worse and worse until the Meridus or Iconis are running everything.
Want to hear about the politics of the setting?
Philosophy time.
Meritism, a political ideology founded on the principle that human potential is only realized when resources are restricted proportionally to those who contribute to society. It was seen as ascendant for the past several decades, but has suffered a backlash following its role in the Icarionic Revolution. Then, Iconists. A political ideology founded on the principle that resources... Oh, wait, I got, like, my brain got wrapped in a knot for reasons not worth explaining, sorry. That resources should be allocated based on an individual's dedication and alignment with the project of state, or national ideal. While not definitionally ethnocentric, its association with the Runbardic Empire makes it extremely controversial, pejoratively referred to as iconism. Wait, no, it's you.
Frogs boiling in the pot.
I gave a second, slightly firmer, sympathetic nod, then swallowed. It's not great, but I mean, it was always going to be this way, with the parade and everything. No matter what happens, no one with power would want to be the one who upsets 2 centuries of tradition. It would be too controversial.
Fucking ridiculous. It's tradition to celebrate somebody's birthday, but that doesn't make it any less weird to do it when they're dead. God. Why am I even reading this shit?
She sighed, dropping the paper down to the table below.
Do you think things could ever have been different?
Different in what way?
When we were kids, everyone was always talking about how we were going to be living in a utopia any day now, like the Imperial era was supposed to have been.
Before all the mind slavery, you mean?
I mean, yeah, before all the mind slavery.
No glossary entry.
Don't worry, I'm writing it down. You know what I mean, though. No scarcity, everyone equal and working together for a brighter future. Could it ever have happened if the revolution had gone differently? If some elections had gone differently? Like, can we do all, like, we can do all these oh my god. Like, we can do all these unimaginable feats now. Replication, gallimancy, biological manipulation. You wouldn't think it would feel so far out of the fucking question.
I mean, historically speaking, inequality only has a loose connection to material abundance. Other than a few dips like the Morning Period, we've basically had an excess of everything since the New Kingdoms era, right? But the nature of wealth is a direct expression of power in practical terms, and of course human nature, driving people to always seek the greatest degree of agency possible, means that people are always incentivized to hoard that abundance to excess. So the upper echelons of society inevitably become dominated by a prisoner's dilemma, punishing any selfless actors and leading to further and further resource consolidation for its own sake.
You've got some cheese on your nose.
Oh. I crossed my eyes. A string was hanging from my nostril. I stuck up my tongue and slurped it up.
That was nasty.
Sorry. Anyway, I just mean it's a social problem, not a technological one. All progress in that way can do is drag up the, minimum quality of life. And even then, only so long as the abundance holds.
So you think we were always fucked?
I mean, yeah, pretty much. She sighed. I said that, but truth be told, I thought Ren was being a little melodramatic. Despite everything, I didn't think the modern world was that bad. Don't get me wrong, obviously there were a lot of problems, in some places more than others, and generational inequality especially was spiraling wildly out of control. And the Grand Alliance had absolutely let the rot set when it came to critical infrastructure. The famine that had kicked off the revolution left that indisputable. Even so though, I more or less bought the humanist line that this was the best time to be alive in all of human history. Like, food and most of the other essentials for living were still free. Housing too in most places. And even if the original intent of luxury debt had started to erode, with people starting to treat it more like a currency than the original concept, it still wasn't literally a currency. You couldn't hoard it, and it defaulted to the same baseline for everyone. That put something of a damper on the divergence in people's living standards, at least. Admittedly, my upbringing had probably skewed my perspective on this stuff, and I wasn't kidding with what I had said to her. It was very possible that things would continue to get worse over the long term. Systems tended to fail in cascade at all. After all, once negative feedback loops took root, they were difficult to extricate. Still, unlike a lot of people my age, it wasn't something I really thought about.
Fuck it. I shouldn't be dwelling on this crap today anyway. How's your sandwich?
It's, good. How's your soup?
Shakshuka isn't a soup.
You know what I mean.
It's not bad. A little too greasy for my taste, but the price is right. Getting kind of sick of Yasaran shit generally, though. I miss Oreskian food. Could kill for some decent souvlaki and noodles.
Greece mentioned, because my Greek friend is always talking about souvlaki. Oreskios.
Nice.
A large city-state known as the Gateway of the West, famed for its tremendous stone docks and mountainside construction. Formerly a colony of the Enotian nation of Ilikrios, it recently became a member of the predominantly Saioic Dai League, and has a unique fusion between cultures.
Or shit, even something from Saoyu would be nice.
I thought you hated the food over there.
Yeah, well, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Or something. You ever miss the food in Mekki or whatever?
Kind of. It was good, but I always felt like I needed to be watching my weight. What?
Nothing. God. I remember there was this style of cuisine that was in fashion when I was living there, where they'd use lots of elaborate coloring to make dishes look like works of art, or sometimes different foods entirely. Like you'd have a rice bowl made up to look like a piece of beef or something.
Huh. Why?
The idea is it's supposed to mess with your brain's processing of the flavor based on changing how it anticipates it. They have a specific term. It's something like the ocular tongue. That's going to be the name of my first fan fiction. Sometimes it's... I thought the joke was funnier after I said it. Okay. Sometimes it's supposed to be pragmatic, like tricking you into thinking healthy food tastes like something more indulgent, and sometimes it's more of like a flavor experiment. You'll eat something that looks like a tomato, but it'll actually be sour bean paste, and in that moment, the dissonance will produce a third taste that doesn't match either.
That seems like something I could believe works. Does it work?
I mean, kind of. Probably depends on the person. I didn't get much out of it myself, but other people seem to think it was amazing.
It's funny to think about how much expectations can change our cognition, I guess. I've been thinking about that a lot this year, for some reason. Like, up until lately, I used to be really good at remembering my dreams.
I remember, you used to show me your stupid dream diary back when.
Yeah, I remember. But back during winter...
When? What?
But back during winter break, I had this one morning where I was waking up, and suddenly the dream just popped out of my mind. There one second, gone the next. And since then, every morning right as I'm waking up, I get this intrusive thought. I hope I don't forget this dream. And just like that, it pushes it right out. Just poof. Gone.
See, that sort of thing would never happen to me.
Just built different, huh?
My thoughts just aren't sticky like that. I never think about the last time I woke up when I wake up. And I never think about what flavor a piece of food is going to be before I bite it.
Do you do that? I don't know if I do that.
I definitely do. And I mean, I think it's like your perception, even if not consciously, like you're not like, man.
You know what? Yeah.
Are you talking about the dream thing?
No, the food thing.
Or the food thing?
And when I think about it, I do too. I guess it's probably normal.
Yeah.
She spooned up a chunk of egg and swallowed it, as if to illustrate the point. Wouldn't that make you constantly surprised by everything that happens?
I didn't say I don't remember at all. My brain just doesn't automatically pull up a file for everything right as it's about to happen. This is kind of Tavor. I see what you mean. It's a very, like, pragmatic, like, I'm just dealing with what happens in the moment kind of thing.
Yeah, they're similar characters for more than just the, like, how much we don't know about them thing.
Mm-hmm. Probably why I don't really get nostalgic either.
I thought about all this for a little while, my eyes wandering toward the ceiling. You know, speaking of nostalgia, I noticed something weird when I was visiting home last month. Before I got the letter from Autonoe from my mom, I mean.
Yeah?
You remember the tram station where we used to meet, back when we were still in tertiary school?
Of course. On Hierarch's Way, right?
That's the one. So my mom and I took the line into town for the spring festival, but when we got there, it'd been redesigned. I don't just mean that they replaced the overhang either. The whole platform had been ripped out and rebuilt from scratch with this really modern design, round with these huge glass windows separating it from the track. It practically swallowed the whole street.
Makes sense. That part of town has been getting busier and busier ever since they started building the bay up 20 years ago. I remember that it'd get so packed during the evening rush that... Oh yeah, that's a typo. That it'd get so packed during the evening rush we sometimes couldn't get on the tram.
I'm not saying it wasn't sensible, but when I saw it like that, a really strong feeling came over me. I spent the next couple of hours feeling really disoriented. It's like I had all these memories of us there, in different spots, having different conversations. At the little lamppost at the back where you'd wait when I was late. At the wooden wall with all the advertisement posters, where we'd talk when we didn't want anyone else to hear. I'd built up this whole web of associations, all connecting back to one place. And then when that was gone, it felt like that had all broken apart. That without being anchored to something in the real world, they were drifting away.
Sue, sometimes I feel like you're so sentimental that it borders on a health problem.
Well, I am what I am.
Stop with your stupid catchphrase.
Sorry.
That's actually really cool. I mean, it's like a self-reinforcing thing. You know, she's always been saying that.
Yeah. She
I
is
like
a
that.
person who says what she says.
Anyway, isn't that sort of thing normal? You're framing this like some kind of profound realization. You just said it wasn't normal. Okay, anyway. But losing touch with your past bit by bit is just like life. People just learn to accept that kind of thing. Hell, it's how I got into photography. My dad bought me a shitty camera when I was sad when we were leaving Lake Guyenne. Told me to take photos of the house and the garden.
Do you still have them?
Nah, they developed like ass. But I kept the hobby anyway. There's probably some kind of moral lesson you could read into that.
I hummed thoughtfully, sipping from my coffee, and then took one of the last bites of the halloumi-slathered lamb. That sounds good. There's this thing my grandfather said once that I'm always thinking about.
Sue?
No, it's okay. It's not serious. He said that one way you can think of life is as a bowl with a little crack in the bottom. And if you want to stay happy, you have to keep filling it up over and over again, replenishing the loss inherent to its nature. When I think about that, think hard about it, I mean, it makes me feel really sad.
Why?
Because, well, what's the point then? If there's never a part where you can just stop and rest, then why even bother? I mean, obviously that's a rhetorical question. I know all the tropes. You're supposed to live in the moment, journey and not the destination, all that stuff. But still, when I was thinking about that lately, it made me understand the appeal of an afterlife for the first time. The desire to just have a place to sit down. You know what I mean? I expected Rain to say something acerbic. When I looked up at her face, she actually seemed more concerned. Hey, what's with that look?
You know, Sue, we don't have to go to this thing if you don't want to.
What?
I'm sure we could find somebody else eventually, but even now there are bound to be other neuromancers out there. It could be smart to get some more distance from this.
You... Don't be stupid. We've been waiting for this chance for years.
I'm just worried you might be doing this for the wrong reasons.
What do you mean? Oh. No, that's... I didn't mean it like that. I just meant... Ooh, who should take this character? I think you could take this character. You could take this character.
Okay. There you two are.
I jumped so hard at this sudden interjection that one of my knees bumped into the top of the table, my spine going rigid as a board. The voice had come directly from the entrance, loud enough that several others in the cafe turned their heads. Its source sprinted over to us.
Phew, I finally found you. Oh god.
Tolema? What are you doing here?
I should be asking you two that. What the heck even is this place? I had to go on the Logic-C and look up the business roster to even know it was back here. The door didn't even have a window. I thought I was breaking into somebody's house. Don't look at me. This was Sue's idea.
Wow, straight under the bus. We just wanted to go somewhere where it wouldn't be too busy with all the parade stuff going on, that's all. How did you even find us here?
I just said, didn't I? I heard from Theo you guys went out to lunch, and I figured you wouldn't want to go too far from the university. And I know you always talk about going to some cafe on your own, Sue, so that narrowed it down. After that, I just figured I'd check out all the open ones around one by one.
Tolema, we're in the middle of one of the largest urban centers on the Mimikos.
Yeah, it was actually faster than I thought it'd be. Everything closer together, right? This is only the, 12th place I checked. I think.
This lively-looking girl, who had manifested at possibly the most awkward moment imaginable, was another of our classmates, Tolema of Reeds. Pronounced Tolema, if you're bad with your Enochian. A boyish princess, scion of one of the world's wealthiest trading families. She's so iconic. With a nature that contrasts her heritage. Blessed with seemingly inexhaustible energy, she is quick to act and always speaks her mind without a moment's hesitation, a trait that might be more dislikable were it not for her good nature. Though she'll sometimes bully the people she likes a little, she despises cruelty and deception as only someone who has seen both in abundance can. While more clever than she might seem, her real talent lies in her incredible focus and practical skill. Watching her perform surgery is like looking at a pair of hummingbirds. What would happen were this talent turned to violence does not bear thinking about.
Reminds me, the other day I was on a walk and I saw this hummingbird and tried to take a picture of it. And I was trying to be like chill and move slowly, and it noticed me and flew straight at me. It was actually terrifying. I thought that they were like, skittish.
Did it like hit you? Hit your phone?
It didn't touch me, but it got like probably 6 inches from me and then just kind of hovered there. And I was like, I don't want to deal with you.
Wow. I guess
it was very aggressive.
Kind of Disney princess?
Kind of the opposite. Like, I feel like I was attracting animals of aggressive energy.
I mean, I don't want to like be mean here, but I find it hard to imagine feeling threatened by a hummingbird.
If something flies at you unexpectedly, no matter what it is, you're going to be threatened.
Maybe, I'm talking big. I don't know. When the bird's coming at you, who knows?
Yeah, it's just like you're on a walk. You're not expecting it. Suddenly,
I've never
bam.
been in that situation. I don't know how I'd handle it. Right.
Yeah.
Along with Ren and Theo, she was the third and final member I'd met prior to applying for the program. But in her case, our acquaintance had been about the most passing imaginable. We'd met twice. Once at a summer course I was taking at a large cram school, and then again at a fancy fundraising dinner my family was invited to through my dad's legal firm. I'm not sure we even spoke the second time around. This was no small wonder, as I wasn't sure I could conceptualize a person who was closer to the polar opposite of me. She was outgoing, I was introverted. She was an optimist, I was a pessimist. She was athletic, while I was constantly in a state of physical atrophy so severe that it was a miracle of the modern world that I could walk down a street without collapsing. Speaking of which...
So, why are you here, Emma? Oh, right. Class coordinator's looking for you two. He tried to catch you after his meeting with the headmaster, but you'd already left. So he sent me to come hunt you down since I was still around. That's kind of mean. I know, right? Just because I couldn't find the bag where I left my anatomy doll and stuff, I get conscripted. Feels like I'm always the one who ends up doing stuff like this.
What does he want?
He said he forgot to give Rand some documents for the trip.
That made sense. Rand usually volunteered to help the coordinator with some of the less glamorous elements of running the class, the stuff Camersepa found too dull, in return for extra commendations. As a result, she was often roped into errands.
What kind of documents? I think he said legal stuff to do with the conference broadcast and some files on us specifically. Like medical info, allergies, family history, that sort of crap.
Why would they need something like that?
Don't be stupid, Sue. Obviously they'd need it. We're going to be cut off from civilization. If there's any kind of emergency, there's not going to be anyone there to handle it but them.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. I kept forgetting the destination of this trip was an actual secret location, as if the whole thing wasn't weird enough already. Though, couldn't they have just sent that over the Logic Sea?
It's medical info, Sue. There might be private details in there.
Is medical history really that... Oh, right. I see what you mean. Wow, that... Like, she cut herself off. That's...
Girls really never heard of HIPAA. Anyway, Emma, I get why he'd be asking after me, but why Sue? I'm not sure, actually. I think he said something about a warning? He wrote a little note, but I might have left it behind.
I bit my lip. That didn't sound good.
Anyway, you don't have to stop right away or anything like that. I can leave you guys to finish up. No, it's alright. I think we were more or less done anyway. Unless you really wanted to order dessert or something, Sue.
I'm good. It's probably better we avoid having to rush if this somehow gets complicated.
I'll go settle up then. Aw, now I feel like I kinda wrecked things.
Can't shoot the messenger.
Even if she lost the message. Hey, come on, don't be mean.
In truth, it was probably a good thing that she showed up at that moment. I think Ran must have realized it too. After paying our bill, we punched our seed keys into the door lock and headed back out into the street. Since we'd eaten a little early, the crowd had only grown thicker as we entered lunch hour proper. Looking down out of the alley, I couldn't even see the far side of the boulevard, just a sea of veils and umbrellas.
So, where is he? His apartment. He said it'd be quicker to just head there than wait up at the academy.
Bus presses in central Uluru were absolutely deranged, so a lot of the staff lived in on-campus housing. It was nicer than what the students got, though not by much.
Figures. Let's go then.
Wait, did you not bring an umbrella, Ptolema?
Huh? Oh, nah, I've just been dashing around under my cloak.
She held up the item in question slightly. It was custom-made, with a quilted interior and a leather exterior. The latter was, indeed, extremely damp.
My legs are kind of wet, though. Should have worn my boots today. I'm not sure I can fit 3 people under my umbrella, but I don't really feel like dashing either.
Hold on, let me try something. I reached for my belt, unhooking my scepter. Even after a decade, it still surprised me how hefty the things were. They weren't overwhelmingly heavy, but the shaft had to be wide enough to make room for the Eris chamber. It felt less like the kind of delicate instrument you'd expect, and more akin to a club. While some people could comfortably wield them in a single hand, I felt like I needed to use 2 for it to be comfortable. At this point, the act of casting was second nature to me. I worked out the Eris requirement, focused my mind, and then spoke the words of the entropy-denying arcana. As I finished, a peculiar half-bubble began to form over our heads where the rain came to a very abrupt stop. The individual droplets not exactly repelled, but rather appearing to give up their descent mid-fall. They hung overhead, coalescing into each other the longer we remained unmoving.
Whoa, I didn't know you could use the Natomancy to do something like that.
Well, the incantation just holds things in place when you get right down to it. Incantation. A set of mathematical instructions to command the power to perform a specific function, spoken or written in the otherwise defunct language of the ancient world. Because they utilize the caster's mental focus as a targeting mechanism while also needing to be dynamically adjusted depending on the situation, one must hone multiple skill sets to employ them safely and effectively. Few people possess the talent to become an arcanist. It's not exactly the most efficient use of Eris, though.
Fuck it. We're living in an age of unsustainable, decadent excess. If we can't use the literal power of the gods to replace household bullshit, what's even the point?
I get the joke you're making, but saying unsustainable, decadent excess makes you sound like an iconist.
It's a shame reactionaries have taken all the cool words for how the world is going to shit. Well, I think it's pretty neat. Don't you know the matter suspending arcana, Emma? You could probably do something like this with way less effort. No way! I mean, I know it, but only how to use it to hold stuff like muscle tissue. I'd never be able to figure out how to do the math for something like this on the spot. You're amazing, Sue.
Again, it's not very efficient. I figured out the rough formula for it a while ago, but mostly I just eyeball the numbers. I said that, but secretly I was thrilled. My ego was frail, and I loved compliments, even when they came from the Ptolemas of the world. That sounded more elitist than I meant it. Look, Ptolema was an extremely kind, friendly person. In terms of temperament, there was nothing ill one could say of her. She didn't have a cruel or conceited bone in her body. But nevertheless, she was kind of an enigma to me. Not because she was a mysterious person. She was extremely unmysterious, in fact. Like 100, 200 chapters later, I would kind of disagree with that. No, what was odd to me was that she was in our class at all. It wasn't that she was unskilled. She specialized in arcane surgery, not exactly a discipline of the power so much as a way of using it, creating stable enchantments within people's physical bodies and so forth, and was obviously pretty competent. But, well, I don't know how to put this in a way that won't make me seem awful, but she didn't really strike me as the type of person to really excel academically in the way that was supposed to be required to join the Exemplary Acolytes program. Her test scores were ostensibly good, but just talking to her on a day-to-day basis, I felt like I noticed a lot of gaps in medical, or even just general knowledge. Incidentally, her family happened to be easily the wealthiest of anyone in the class, running a not insignificant portion of the Republic of Arenka's shipping infrastructure. They also happened to be donors to the Academy. I am not making any accusations.
Will it stop the wind, too?
No, I only set it up to affect solids and liquids. Well, I guess I could make it stop the wind, but then we'd die of oxygen deprivation.
Oh, guess that makes sense.
Let's take the path under the gardens. I don't like the stares I get whenever I use the power in front of a million people. Ren shrugged indifferently. We headed the other way down the alley, coming up to the wall with the engraving I mentioned a bit earlier. Olderu, especially in the oldest districts, was a very vertical city, with distinct levels to the city set apart by massive stone barricades. These were where the famous gardens of the city grew, overflowing from their perches to hang over the buildings and the streets below. Today they were as drenched as everything else, water dripping down from them abundantly. It was often said that Olderu was the city closest to the old world, and it certainly looked the part. Even though we were surrounded by modern skyscrapers in all directions, there was an ineffable ancientness to it that left one feeling contemplative, like standing in an old temple. Which was funny, since the overwhelming majority of the place hadn't existed until the Grand Alliance was founded 200 years ago, gardens included. I was pretty sure I'd been to family restaurants older than that. Affect is everything to human beings. Play a role convincingly and the truth barely matters at all. The coordinator's office wasn't too far. Following this road would loop us back around to near the academy, and then we'd just have to descend a level to get to the dorms and associated housing. We'd be there in plenty of time, but I couldn't help but get anxious about the day going off the rails regardless. I was neurotic about making appointments at the best of times. Today, it simply couldn't be helped. Within a minute, I was making conversation again to distract myself. Hey, Ran.
Uh-huh.
You asked me how I'd answered Camruseppa's question, but even though you kind of alluded to it, you never gave me your answer.
Oh. Fuck, I don't know. I'd probably just screw around for eternity. Read books. Go to a bunch of orgies.
I gave her a flat look.
I'm not the kind of person who needs to be doing something deep to be happy.
I am not saying anything to the fellow people caught up with the story. Not saying anything.
What you guys talking about? It's nothing. Just a weird thing Cam said when we were hanging out with her after her creepy speech. Hey, don't be mean. I thought her speech was great. Like, to be honest, I was kind of about this whole trip, you know? But by the end, I was getting totally pumped up. Like, we're going on an adventure or something.
I feel like you're too easily swayed by other people's passion for your own good sometimes, Ptolema.
I don't know. If somebody's really worked up about a thing, I figure there's got to be something to it in my book.
What did you think of her actual point, though?
What, about people living forever?
Yeah. She scratched her chin thoughtfully.
Well, I mean, it's nice in theory, but like, it'd be pretty tough if everybody actually stuck around for 1,000,000 years or whatever, right? I mean, there's only so much space in the remaining world.
Theo brought up the same idea.
It's obvious. But it'd be great if people could live another few hundred years, at least. Or if people didn't start getting weird and crusty looking around the time they hit 400 and could stay healthy right up until the end. That'd be a big improvement.
Getting weird and crusty is what kills people, though. You can't separate a natural death from the symptoms of the aging process.
Wow, copying Cam's arguments.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. My point is, if you got rid of that, you couldn't get rid of that without eliminating death anyway.
I didn't really think of it that way. I guess maybe the best thing to do would be to set, like, a cap? Like, make it the law that people can stay healthy until 1,000 or something, and then...
And then what?
Well, you know. You're done.
Done.
Yeah. As in, time's up. You gotta go.
Don't you think that would be, like, murder?
Yeah. It'd be done ethically and stuff. Obviously. Quick and painless. And fair. Everybody gets the same good, long life, then has to step aside for the next generation. That covers all the bases, don't it? Why 1,000 years specifically? It's a nice, clean number. People go along with stuff easier when it's clean like that, you know? She's kind of spitting facts. I guess you've got me there.
How would you kill them exactly?
I guess the default would just be doing it in their sleep with the life-slaying arcana, but you'd probably just want to let people pick. Make it as nice for them as possible. So if they want to do something romantic, like jumping into a volcano, you could, like, set that up.
Who are we talking about when you say you here?
I don't know, the government? There probably have to be a department.
I see. I really like, it's hard to see with the veils, but I like how Sue is, like, a very, like, holding in laughter throughout this.
Mm-hmm.
I had an alternative theory. One might even say a simpler theory about Ptolemy, which I occasionally toyed with, which was that she was actually, I think is missing a was there, which was that she was actually just fucking with people 90% of the time. Actually, in moments like these, I was almost certain that was true to some degree. The question was just, well, how far did it go? I switched to my serious debater voice. Let's test this idea. Say you have someone who is an amazing arcanist or scientific genius, one of the best in the world. On top of that, they're basically a saint. Throughout their whole life, they've constantly been inventing things that make the world a better place. But then their day comes up. Would you kill them to make way for someone else, even though it almost certainly be a net loss?
When does the utility monster get involved in this?
Be quiet.
Huh. I guess that's a good point. It wouldn't be great to have that happen. Maybe you could have, like, a rating system?
A rating system?
Yeah, for people. Like, every time they did something really good, they'd get a point. And every time they did something really bad, they'd lose a point. And your points would determine how many years you got added or taken away. So the really amazing people could stick around forever, and the bad ones would make way for that.
Okay.
You're looking at me like I'm stupid.
No, well, how would all this be enforced? What if someone gets to their death day and they don't want to go quietly? They'd have nothing to lose at that point, after all.
I don't know. I guess you could stick a chip with a clock in them or something. And then if they got to 1001 without, like, going through with it, it'd just pump cyanide or whatever.
I see.
Sue, stop bullying Emma.
I'm not bullying her.
Yeah, you are. You're being a cunt.
It's just, it sounds like something from a dystopian novel, you know? You could have the protagonist be someone who was wrongfully accused of a crime and had their lifespan reduced all the way down to 200 or something.
That's way more extreme than I meant.
But then, on the year their number came up, they'd be inducted into a secret organization devoted to subverting the system. And there'd be an experimental new technology that could remove the chip, but they'd only have a few months to get it. Meanwhile, there'd be some government task force devoted to taking them down, and it's headed by the main guy's childhood rival or something.
Sue.
Come on, Rand. You love this sort of stuff.
I'm not gonna answer the next time you ask me anything weird. Like, obviously, I'm gonna say something dumb if you put me on the spot about how something this complicated would work. I'm not a sociologist, you know?
Sorry, Ptolemy. Wasn't expecting you to give some deeply thought-out answer or anything. That is low-key like a mean thing to say.
Honestly, yeah.
It's just, you have to admit that sounds pretty awful.
It would still beat how things are now. It's easy to be a critic when you're not the one trying to come up with ideas. How would you make it work, huh?
No idea. I probably wouldn't.
See? You're looking down at me from your ivory tower, but you're totally useless. She's got you there.
I mean, you said it yourself. It's not likely that any of this is actually going to happen. If it did, though, it feels like it'd be sort of pointless to focus on how any particular factor would cause problems. Like, the world would fundamentally change in the process of getting there. Maybe we'd all be stuffed into logic engines like in the Imperial era, and space wouldn't even be a concern.
Pretty hard to see that being dropped from the Covenant.
Covenant. Covenant of the Morning Realms. A series of oaths sworn by 6 of the 8 parties prior to the settlement of the Mimikos that aimed to prevent the social problems seen as jeopardizing mankind's ability to respond to the collapse from ever happening again. It is primarily concerned with communications and computing technology, but also concerns itself with the preservation of knowledge and alterations to the human condition, both biological and psychological. The Luatek and Uana parties refused to sign it, ultimately forming a separate society on the Carbon Meadow. I think the Carbon Meadow is like a new term for the visual novel. I don't think they've referred to whatever that is that way in the web novel.
Interesting.
I don't know. Things are always more mutable than they seem, for better or worse. We talked for another couple of minutes, then arrived at the coordinator's home office. It was a thin, very old-looking building that seemed liable to topple over were it not surrounded by others of the same type. Despite its modesty, he only lived on the first floor. The rest was used by other staff members. But, like I said, for this part of Volturu, even this much was high luxury.
You know, you probably don't have to be here, Emma. I doubt Professor Inadu expected you to escort us personally. You know, just don't have anything better to do, I guess.
Don't you have to head back to your lodgings to get your stuff together?
Nah, I got a guy taking care of that.
Of course. Ren knocked on the door. A few moments later, it creaked open. However, the figure beyond was not quite who we were expecting.
Oh god, it's you.
Oh? Who could these 3 young ladies with impeccable fashion sense be?
Ugh, don't be a weirdo.
Hey, I'm being nice. This is not how I expected him to look. Kinda works, like I see it, but it is not what I expected.
Oh, she took her veil off. Was it just when she saw him?
Yeah, it's...
Okay. I still don't understand the veil thing, so...
You're
being creepy.
Man, you're ruthless.
Hey, Seth.
Hey!
What are you doing here?
Just picking up our Aetherbridge, as was pointed out in chat, just picking up our Aetherbridge passes and filling in some last-minute papers for the old man. He told me you guys would be coming, so I figured I'd spare the guy the stress on his back. I didn't know you'd be here, though, Emma. Ptolema simply scoffed. This was another one of our classmates, Seth of Icaret, one of our 2 biomancers. He was what I would have described as among the more normal of our class at the time, an amicable guy who got along with basically everyone. Seth of Icaret, the class jester born to a storied lineage of doctors, the expectations of which cause him no end of grief. Close friends of both Theodoros and Ptolema, albeit for very different reasons. His gregarious demeanor, which charms some and grates on others, belies a surprisingly realist and somber temperament. He handles stress and complication exceptionally well. Perhaps he missed his calling on the battlefield. Man, his outfit's kind of fire, honestly.
It is. It's really good.
Yeah.
I bet I could knit that scarf.
Well, I say that, but to be honest, we didn't know each other particularly well. Like Ptolema, he was a bit of a jock, relatively speaking, of course, but unlike her, I'd never known him prior to the class at all, and we didn't even share a gender to loosely put us in the same social situations. Sometimes we got paired up for class projects, but that was about it. And I mean, that was fine. I didn't need an intimate connection with every single person I met. He had a slightly contradictory personality that meant he filled the role of class clown, while also being a sort of rival to Cam, who hated his guts incidentally. I'd lost the amount of times she'd called him an imbecile based on some paper-thin pretext.
Get out of the way. You're making waste...
You're making Sue waste heiress.
You're making Sue waste heiress.
That one's typo. Wait, did you seriously put up a barrier just to avoid getting rained on?
And move it or lose it.
Sorry. He pulled back, allowing us to enter the class coordinator's lodgings. They were cramped on the inside, too. That was less the building's fault and more the fact that the whole place was densely packed with bookshelves and other furniture.
Where's the coordinator?
In the back. He said to give him a minute. I'll take this one, too. I said 5 minutes, Master Icaret. Well, you heard him. He's in here, too. He's here, too, by the way. Oh, hello again. Theo? I thought you said you were heading back to your dorm. Well, I did. I just didn't have very much I needed to do. Most of my items were already packed. Just forgot a couple of little things. One of my books, sleeping medicine, soap. Wait, you were getting soap? Yes? Don't you think they'll have some of that, like, there? It's got to be the right type. Anything with sulfates in it gives me a rash. Dude, you're so fussy. It's hardly any of your business. I'm just saying, like, your dad's gonna be at this thing. You're definitely gonna have the right type of soap. I just want to be sure. Quit picking at me. Seth had a way of bringing out a somewhat harsher side of Theo's personality. I'm sure it was something to do with the sacred bond that exists between all men, and none of my business. Man, it's just not my day today. None of my bits are landing.
Maybe you should quit while you're ahead.
Just hide under whatever bed they give me until the weekend's out?
Something like that.
Honestly, considering the state of my project right now, I'm almost tempted. You're not finished? Oh no, it's done, technically. It's just kinda shitty. I tacked a spiel about dementia and the blood-brain barrier onto my paper on kidney enhancement from last year. If you squint, it's about as relevant to longevity science as gold is to rainbows. You're being too dramatic. I'm sure they'll think it's fine. I don't know, dude. I feel like you're too close to this stuff. I've got a friend who went to school in Altaia, and he said that Professor Zeno would tear into even the best coursework in the class if it so much as quoted a textbook. Professor Zeno, meaning Zeno of Apocerion, was the most famous of the leaders of the order, the only one whose name would likely be recognized by the average person on the street. More on him later. I mean, the incentive structure in this case is probably a little different, at least, since it's a publicity event more than anything. I love how you'll sit at the edge of a conversation and then randomly bust out a phrase like incentive structure, Sue. So anyway, how are you guys doing? Me and Theo were just about to head out and grab a late lunch.
You're cutting it close. Ptolemy just hunted us down at the end of ours.
Oh yeah? That means you haven't eaten yet, Emma.
Don't get any funny ideas. I'm gonna grab a bite from home when I pick up my stuff. I still remember what happened the last time we went out. Blech.
Hey, that wasn't my fault. I didn't know you didn't like Runbardic food.
Nobody likes Runbardic food.
I like it.
It's not about the type of food. It was some crappy greasy spoon joint where you said you liked it because they only charged 1 luxury credit. Messed up my guts for the whole night.
Gross. Look, what can I say? I'm a commoner. I'm used to frugal living. But hey, you need not fear. You have my utmost assurances that we will only be patronizing the most esteemed of establishments today, my lady.
Oh, it's my lady now, huh?
Of course. Only the highest respect for a woman of grace and distinguished tastes, Emma.
Ugh.
You, should be careful, Seth. If you keep up these sorts of habits, you could end up being sued for sexual harassment.
Yeah, I'm gonna sue you, pervert.
Hey.
They're gonna put you in a special jail for creepos. Horny jail, where you get bonked a lot. My dad is a lawyer, you know. He probably knows all about this sort of thing.
Hey, now, let's all cool down. We're just having fun here, goofing off. There's no need to get litigious. Seriously, though, we were probably just gonna stop off at that bakery on the way to the airship dock. It's on the way to the Ether Bridge, too. You in?
Eh. I am kind of in the mood for some baklava, I guess.
Great. Alright, if we leave you guys to it, then? Yeah, that's fine. You three have fun. Right then, catch you on the other side.
Oh, we're supposed to be meeting up out in the big plaza at the south entrance, right?
That's right.
All right, just making sure. See you then.
The three of them left, closing the door behind them as they headed back out into the street.
I can never tell if those two actually like each other or not.
I don't know. I'm not sure I understand how heterosexual people think, to be honest.
So true. Huh.
Maybe it's, you know, one of those things where she acts like she hates him, but
Don't say it.
I'm sorry. I'm sure it's painful for you to hear me speculate on this kind of thing.
Sorry. What, as a connoisseur of romance slop?
Something like that?
More funny than painful, to be honest. Like watching a cat trying to swim in the bathtub.
When it comes to thinking about love, I think of myself as more of an osprey than a cat most of the time, to be honest.
You don't want to go in, just make little swipes at safe remove?
Wow, you read my mind.
Well, that makes sense, I guess.
Just to catch up on chat a little, yeah, I think that, Ran is like, she's confident enough that she can keep up with Seth in a way that some characters cannot. Anyway.
It's tough.
What is?
I don't know. Everything, I guess.
After that, the conversation died down, and we just sat around for a couple of minutes. The coordinator would be able to hear us, so it wasn't like we could talk about anything too serious. Finally, he called out. I don't know, like, I feel like I'm not sure who's going to be talking the most in this conversation, who should take this. Yeah, I'll take it.
No idea. Okay.
All right, it's finished. Come in. We looked to each other for a moment. We looked to one another for a moment, then obeyed, stepping down the hallway and through the heavy wooden door into his private chamber. The room beyond was even more packed than the rest of the building. Multiple shelves were stuffed to the brim with books, paperwork, and everything else one could imagine printed on parchment. The coordinator sat at his desk, a small man who looked even smaller hunched over at work, more fatigued even than usual. Despite the general messiness of the office, I noticed he left no sign on whatever he had been working on for us to view. Presumably it was something private. Good afternoon, Professor. Good afternoon, Miss Fusai, Miss Hoatrin. My apologies for having kept you waiting out in the hall. I wasn't expecting Miss Reeds to have tracked you down so quickly, so I'd only just finished with the two boys. That's fine. Olama's, diligent as ever. It looks as though you have a lot on your plate. An educator's work is never done, Miss Fusai. But yes, today has been especially challenging. I hope you've both been well, incidentally. You've a long day ahead of yourselves, most like.
We're fine, sir. Talma told me that you had some documents you needed checked and taken with us on the trip over to the Order.
Indeed. Not the first spanner they've thrown in our direction at the absolute last possible moment, but hopefully the last. I suppose I ought not to be surprised that an organization that has never needed to communicate straightforwardly before would be so dreadful at it.
Is there anything you need me to do besides pick them up?
Nothing significant. I'd appreciate it if you could take a brief look just to make sure nothing is missing. I haven't had a chance to look them over since the courier dropped them off from the archives. He wasn't kidding. This really did sound slapdash.
I'll do what I can, but I'm not sure I know enough about the others to know if their medical histories would be wrong.
You don't need to be that thorough. Just make sure no one's records are missing segments outright. You can check it with them to be sure later, if you like. Ren nodded noncommittally. Knowing her, there was probably a better chance of today's rain falling back into the sky than Ren asking everyone in our class about anything personal, medical or otherwise. I was told you wanted to see me as well, sir. Yes. There was a moment of uncomfortable silence. He sat giving me a pensive look, which made me want to hide under the desk. Miss Hoatrin.
Yes?
Would you mind giving Miss Fusai and I a few minutes of privacy? We can discuss the paperwork once we're finished. Ren and I shared a look. Of course, Professor. Thank you. If you'll head to the front room, the files are on the desk adjacent to the fireplace. You can review them while you're waiting.
All right. Well, if you'll excuse me then.
She inclined her head politely to the left, closing the door behind her. The coordinator watched her leave with a careful expression on his face. All right, one of us, you gotta take one of these characters.
Yeah, do you want me to... Yeah, I can take the guy.
Sure.
Coordinator.
All right. What's this about, sir?
Why don't you take a seat, Miss Fusai?
I think this is maybe the last scene or close to the end, because I've heard someone mentioning it ends around here. You've probably been wondering what exactly is up with the title of class coordinator, right? Because we were all prodigies, ostensibly among the best of the world for our age, with an emphasis on ostensibly, and already deep into adult level in terms of skill if not qualification, we didn't need someone in an educator role to manage our class. However, we still required someone who would administer our affairs, lessons, testing, and the timing and nature of our projects. Nindar Ivanadu, a veteran member of the staff, had been appointed to that role when the class had been created a couple of decades ago. He'd managed all of 5 groups of exemplary disciples that had preceded ours. I didn't realize there were prior classes. Huh. And he filled the role well, almost harrowingly well. He was never late, he seemingly never made errors on our assignments, and was capable of pulling strings in the academy for our projects expertly. He arranged for me to have access to tomes of arcana that most students would likely never see on multiple occasions. All that said, I knew virtually nothing about him as a person. Just facts. We weren't his only responsibility, either. Aside from occasionally still lecturing in medicine artificing, he also held the position of academy archivist. Supposedly, he also advised the headmaster. Not that it seemed to be doing much good. Finally, he was among the oldest members of the staff, supposedly being north of 400 years old. And up close like this, you could really tell. You barely saw people like this in the modern era, with hard lines on their face and bloodshot eyes. It was natural, I knew. But in this quiet, dark room, I couldn't help but find it a little eerie. All of this is making me a little nervous, sir.
My apologies. It's not my intention to intimidate you. I'm just not sure quite how to approach this.
It's fine. He paused for a moment, then opened the drawer of his desk, withdrawing a small canister of whiskey. He took a glass that was already sitting nearby and half-filled it, taking a sip. He didn't offer me any.
It's only morning, but I fear I'm already not at my best. Just a little while ago, Ishkabal was doing practically everything in his power to drown me in anxiety.
About the press conference or the trip itself?
Primarily the latter, although he did have a few choice words regarding Miss Tuon's interjection.
I felt smug for a moment, but quickly suppressed the feeling. Does he think something might happen? He sipped.
You might say that. Though the reason I asked you here specifically was actually a more personal concern of mine.
Have I done something to concern you, Professor?
No, I'm afraid this is about your grandfather.
I flinched. I couldn't help but flinch. Earlier, I mentioned that it was obvious to anyone who cared to look that the Order's decision to extend an invitation to our class was motivated, in part, by nepotism, and that much of the line the Academy was pushing about it being a testament to our skills and their reputation as an institution of education was kind of horseshit. And, well, I was no exception to this. Before you call me a hypocrite, I'll point out that, technically, I didn't actually condemn it. I see. In what sense exactly? He leaned forward slightly, steepling his spindly fingers.
Before we get into it, a question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
How much do you know about your grandfather's departure from the organization, exactly?
Not very much, to be honest. I told you when this was all first being fielded, didn't I? I only met him a handful of times in my life. Even he and my mother were mostly estranged by the time I was born. They reconnected a little when I was older, but that was only a few years before he died. Anyway, all he ever told me was that there was some sort of internal controversy over the Order's direction. He never gave any details.
I see. That's unfortunate then. If you had a little more information, it might have been easier to put some of this together.
Sir, I don't mean to be brusque, but My will to demand he get to the point and stop making me uncomfortable fizzled out as quickly as it had manifested. But still, he seemed to get the point, narrowing his eyes.
I understand. I don't mean to pry. Regardless, you should hear this. Keep in mind this is fresh news, so I can't be certain of the details. Word has reached me of a development in the upper ranks of the Order. Supposedly, a faction that was nostalgic for your grandfather's involvement in some way has been clashing with a faction that is not as nostalgic.
So sorry, give me a moment. Alright, sorry about that.
You're good.
Okay.
Yesterday evening, there was a meeting when the inner circle of the Order arrived at their headquarters that turned toward this matter. The group that continues this... Oh, I can never pronounce this word. Posthumous?
I think posthumous?
Posthumous support of your grandfather.
Sorry, hold on a second. How do you even know about this? What do you mean by word has reached me? I think this might actually be new in this version, in a way where it's not like new, like it's not like anything crazy shocking to me, but I feel like it's interesting that it fits to like say this here. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but then stopped himself. He appeared contemplative for a few moments.
Without saying too much, I have connections to many individuals in the academic community by virtue of my position. A few happen to be members of the Order. However, they do not make their identities public alongside the leadership. So I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to say more on the subject.
This made sense. Though the Order had unmasked itself in a general capacity, the majority of the membership hadn't followed their lead. This sort of caution was common for a lot of things that had previously been illegal before the Revolution. Many people, even those who agreed with the Summer Compromise, still had a fear in the back of their minds that the fundamentalists would reassert control over the government and punish any mice who had played while the cat was away. It was part of the reason that non-organic prosthetics, which were another thing previously restricted by the biological continuity oath, remained unpopular despite considerable advances. But still, something felt off. You never mentioned this before, when we were planning all this.
Well, it's a delicate matter. Even saying this much risks their identity to some extent.
Also, to fan of stuff in chat, maybe I just don't remember. I feel like him explicitly saying that that there was a disagreement in the Order felt new, but it could just be that I forgot that. Like, that was the specific point I meant, that, like, I didn't remember that happening, that, like, talking about, like, an event that just happened. This seemed like an excuse, but he moved the topic on before I could protest.
As I was saying, the group that continues to... Stop saying that word! Posthumously support your grandfather was apparently thrown something of a symbolic bone. The idea has been put forward to offer you an honorary role and perhaps private apprenticeship within the Order.
I blinked. This wasn't what I had been afraid of, but it was still unwelcomely surprising. Isn't this, like, really later in the story in the web novel? What, seriously?
Indeed.
Why? I barely knew him, and my field of study has nothing to do with his work.
I suspect you're overthinking it, Miss Fusai. It's merely a matter of symbolism. You're one of his closest living relatives that's also an arcanist, while also being involved in medicine. Ergo, you're perceived as the closest thing he has to a successor.
This was mentioned here in the original, I just didn't remember. I got it mixed up.
In their eyes, the details of your relationship are minutiae. In any event, this has become something of an issue for us.
Why? If it's personal to me, it shouldn't affect the event.
Well, despite it being treated as a compromise, my understanding is that the measure was still contentious within the organization. 2 of the members of the Discretionary Council remain opposed, Amtu Hedu Ana and Durvasa of Whale. It's my understanding that in the latter case the opposition is, well, rather adamant. The headmaster is concerned that it may cause friction in a manner that will overshadow the rest of the event, or result in the relationship to the academy through your class becoming soured.
I could see where this was going. You don't need to worry about that. I don't have any interest in accepting such an offer anyway.
No?
No. The whole idea makes me uncomfortable, to be frank.
I thought, knowing your mentor...
Don't misunderstand me, sir. I obviously have great respect for the Order. I'm flattered they'd consider me worthy of such an honor. And I'd love to study under Grandmaster Amat again. But my mother and I's relationship with my grandfather was... well, even at the best of times, I wouldn't call it positive. To accept any sort of privilege that connected me to him would be... well, I can only see it leading to problems. I'll put it like that.
I see.
Nindar considered my words for a few moments, then sighed through his nose.
That's a relief, then.
Was that all you needed from me?
I'd assume you'd be inclined to accept. Were that the case, there was more I might have said or asked of you. But if that's not an issue, then, well, there's no need to get into it.
May I go, then?
Yes, I suppose so. Send Miss Hoatrin in on your way out.
I nodded, then shuffled halfway up from the chair.
Actually, Miss Fusai, would you mind if I asked you something?
I hesitated, stuck in the liminal state between standing and sitting, looking like I was squatting over a dirty toilet seat. Eventually, I gave up and lowered myself back down. Sure.
I've been wondering, what does the general sentiment of your class seem to be about this event? Off the record.
Well, Camersepa seems excited about it.
Other than Miss Tuon.
To be honest, sir, I think most of us are a little indifferent. It's a good chance to network, but I don't think we're really old enough to care intrinsically about the Order's, mission.
I would have assumed that much. When you're young, one doesn't tend to dwell much on death.
I didn't have the heart to tell him we'd spend half the morning talking about how it was all a load of bullshit.
You in particular seem disquieted, however.
I'm fine, Professor. I think they, specifically had a slight delay between words there. I really like that level of effort is put in. Check again. Yeah. I'm a little uneasy, but that's just for the reason I already told you. I don't really know what most of the council members are like, and how they'll treat me considering, well, everything. And you know I don't really like big events in general.
There's nothing else? Nothing more personal bothering you?
No, nothing like that.
I see. Very well, then.
He paused, taking another drink. Then, after a moment's thought, he pulled open the top drawer of his desk. He withdrew a small book. What are you doing?
If you don't think too bold of me, I'd like to offer you a small gift, since you've already done me a favor by taking this load off my mind. You can think of it as a textbook, if you like.
A textbook?
Yes.
Does that mean there will be a test? My joke landed like a fish on the deck of a boat.
You might think of the whole weekend as a test of sorts, I suppose.
He pushed a little booklet toward me. The cover was plain, brown leather, and the material looked very worn. It really could have passed for a textbook.
I believe it came up at some point that I was also a student of this academy.
I think so, yes. Actually, I remembered it perfectly. It was 10 months ago on the dot, during one of our lazy sessions after the summer exams. But I didn't like to show off my memory to people who I wasn't trying to piss off already.
It might surprise you to know, but during those years I was actually somewhat of an obsessive regarding the Order of the Universal Panacea. At the time, their writings were still taboo and difficult to obtain for people without influence such as myself, but I made the effort to follow them religiously.
You never mentioned this before, either.
Well, in this case, it's because it's somewhat embarrassing. I was quite unlike your class in my youth. I feared death greatly from a very young age.
Why? Did something happen?
No, it's all rather petty. I was born during the Reconstruction in the aftermath of the Tricenturial War, and my family moved often as a result. I made few friends, and I suppose developed a sense of arrested development, which led me to believe I needed to grieve my youth from a very young age. But I digress. As I'm sure you remember, back then, the Order's members operated under pseudonyms and would often encrypt their research behind ciphers. So I developed a habit, alongside keeping abreast of the gossip, of trying to both understand their research and discern the identities of their leaders from context clues.
That sounds a little like stalking. This did get a small smirk out of him.
As I said, I was young. In any case, this is the book where I recorded those observations. I'd like you to take it with you.
Why?
How shall I put this? It's a trite observation, but in my years of teaching, I've come to believe that there are two types of student. There are those who like to be given knowledge directly, and then there are those who prefer to be given the tools to draw the conclusions for themselves. You said you were nervous about meeting the Order's leadership. This will give you a tool to learn a little more about them and their history and the organization at your own pace, while also making the subjective nature of such information more naked than if I were to just tell you. You don't have to take it, of course, only if the idea seems appealing to you. If you do, though, all the council members who remain from those days are still connected to their original aliases, so it shouldn't be too difficult to discern who is who.
I eyed the little book carefully. This seemed like a very strange gesture. I didn't quite understand what he was trying to do. The class coordinator was never normally one for this kind of sentimentality. Pardon me, sir, but isn't this a little too personal?
For me, you mean? No, I was just reading it recently, and I divulged little of myself in those pages. Besides, it was a lifetime ago. The boy I was back then is long gone.
Well, I suppose there's no good reason to turn him down. I'll take it then. Thank you, Professor. This is kind of you. I'll be sure to return it after the weekend is over.
Very good. I hope you get some small use out of it. One last thing, Miss Fusai. Even beyond these concerns personal to you, there are many things that have the potential to go amiss with this event. The Order, like the headmaster and the academy, has their own goals they wish to achieve in holding it. And many of them, like us, have friends in high places. I'm sure you don't need to be reminded, but the reason the Exemplary Acolytes class was created was to foster goodwill between the members of the Grand Alliance in the wake of the civil dispute. It has become one of the many symbols of international cooperation here in Old Yuri. And though shared with the rest, it bears a heavy weight. Despite the poor showing at this morning's press event, there are more people invested in this than there might appear. If something were to go wrong, cause scandal or otherwise, it could cost dearly. As one of the most conscientious of your group, I am trusting you to do everything in your power to prevent that from happening. Do you understand?
Of course. I'll make sure to remind everyone to be on their best behavior. He sighed.
Would that was all it took, You can show yourself out, Miss Fusai. Have a pleasant weekend.
As soon as he finished speaking, he looked down at his desk, resuming filing out some piece of paperwork. Not a moment wasted. Normally, I found the abruptness with which he ended conversations off-putting, but on that day, I didn't waste a second making for the exit. My palms were sweating. I let out a heavy, ragged breath, sounding like a dying horse. Had he? No. That was impossible. I stumbled a few steps down the hall. Ren called out softly from the door to the front room.
That didn't take long. You done?
Yeah, he said to head in.
All right, I'll just be a minute. What did he want?
Nothing serious. Apparently the Order wants to offer me some kind of special position because of, well, you know.
Guessing you turned that down.
Obviously.
You okay? You sound a little shaken up.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just jumping to stupid conclusions, that's all. I should understand what freaked her out, but because I'm tired and not locked in, I feel like I'm gonna have to go reread that to catch it.
Fair.
I'll talk about it later.
All right.
I'm Gonna go into the kitchen for a second, get some water. I'll wait by the door for when you're done.
You could just head to the meeting spot without me, you know? We'll end up in the same place anyway.
That's exactly why there's no point in going without you.
Guess that's true. Well, back in a few minutes then.
Right. Ren,
What?
nothing. Just thanks for everything, I guess. She rolled her eyes. Don't regress on me, asshole.
Don't.
Oh, sorry, that's you.
It's me!
Sorry.
Don't regress on me, asshole.
I watched her go. I headed to the kitchen. The room, while pretty small, was so bare in comparison to the rest of the residence that it felt practically spacious. Even the coordinator could presumably tell that dining and reading don't mix. I need a couple minutes to handle something. Sorry about this.
No worries. Should I yap about some random things while you do?
Feel free.
Okay. I took some notes. First of all, I think these are not in any particular order, but first of all, I think it's really interesting that they have old technology, like film cameras, because, oh, I'm so bad with names, but Ran mentioned that her film, or the photos developed badly. And obviously, like, they probably also have more developed cameras or tech, but that, like, difference in level of advancement is really interesting to me and also shows up in the locked tomb, so that's cool. Let's see what else we got. So far I've only got 3 different types of, I don't know what to call them, not classes apparently, because I got laughed at. But I only have 3, and I feel like there's got to be a lot more than that. I have Diviner or Diviner, Thanatomancer, and Biomancer. I talked about the duels. I think one of the biggest and most interesting themes I'm picking up on or latching onto so far is the theme of, like, how much of your identity is set versus how much can be changed over time. And I think that Cam's idea of, like, being able to build your identity and change your identity if you're immortal and have all the time in the world is really interesting, because she's talking about, like, we're bounded by this idea that we'll die one day and we have to get as much done while living as we can, and that kind of restricts us from self-exploration. Whereas obviously Sue has her whole thing about, like, I am what I am, I can't change, I can't be someone different. And I kind of assumed in the framing, like, when she's talking in the quote-unquote present day, that maybe that was an opinion she had developed later in life. Like, obviously she's older now and has realized a lot of things about herself, and her identity does feel very fixed. Like, she's clearly not trying to improve any of these negative aspects of her personality. And so I think the idea that she had that opinion from her youth, like, obviously I don't know how old they are, but I'm guessing, like, 25 to 30-ish.
They might be in their 30s, but it's like how they mentioned, people grow to 70, like, and still be young adults. Like
right, it's still an adolescence.
The standard's very different, but I think they're generally in their 30s, late 20s.
Okay, yeah, but they're still, you know, emerging into adulthood. And she already has this idea very set that, like, I can't change, it's not worth trying. Whatever my personality is now and whatever my values are now are just going to be fixed like that. Which is not exactly... I can't really imagine living for 1,000 years and still feeling like that and feeling stuck in my mindset and my, you know, knowing that my flaws were never going to be getting any better.
You know,
but
that's interesting for a lot of reasons that I can't say, but the people who've read it in chat are for sure noticing. The one thing I can say is that that's interesting to point out in reference to how, I think something that's already come up plenty is that Sue is very, like, narrative-brained. She both instinctively, like, thinks about things in terms of narratives and just, like, then does meta-analysis of that. And it's interesting because at least for me personally, when I think of narratives, I think of, like, narratives are often about, they're structured around, like, change, personal development, overcoming flaws. That's not all narratives, but it's a lot of them, and it's interesting that contrasts, like, her having this belief in like lack of ability to change.
That's a good point, because I guess in when she's talking about narrative, she is more focused on like plot or like overall structures than she is on people or characters. But she is also she's very judgmental about all of the characters as well. So I feel like she might just have a sense of like, I'm getting a read on this person and I'm not going to change my opinion on them. And that includes herself.
Yeah, and as fan of stuff points out in chat, like, yeah, a lot of her narratives thing is about like why things can't change, why they are this way, and I feel like she thinks of narratives in a very like external way, like because it's and like which I feel like the way she would say it is, oh, with the reason we narrativize things is to cope with reality, so it's like it's about what's outside, not what's inside.
I just realized my chat got totally stalled and I don't know why on my phone, but I'm back up to it now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's true. And I think judging or thinking a lot about change is relevant to anybody's life, but maybe it feels more like a natural process for a lot of people. Like they just change as their circumstances dictate or as they get older and have certain experiences that make them realize they need to adjust something, or they naturally just adjust their life philosophy. And it seems like she has a tendency to overthink and overanalyze, which I definitely relate to. And I don't know for her if that necessarily is leading to like over introspection. I think in the present day narrative, it seems like she has done a lot of introspection and not necessarily for the better, because she's just calcified in this idea of like who she is instead of saying, oh, I have this like negative tendency, maybe I can do something to work on it. But I do think that is a really interesting character trait to have. And I love a flawed narrator, so.
Yeah. All right. Curious about what other notes you have, but also we're probably close to done here. We should at least
Yeah, we can get back into it.
Chat, probably not for too long because I technically have stuff in the morning, but I'll be fine. But well, we'll finish this and then at least be done.
Yeah,
with
we can give
when we talk.
some quick thoughts and then yeah. All right.
I walked up to the sink, which overlooked a small gated garden at the rear of the property, and poured myself a glass of water. It was a little difficult as my hands were shaking slightly. They had been, in fact, since close to the start of the conversation. There was a time when I'd been pretty good at hiding that sort of thing, but I felt like I'd been slowly getting worse. I don't think there's such a thing as a good liar, not in the long term. With enough patience and determination, one can craft a false self so perfect it fools even the person who made it, that you start to wonder if it became real, like an alchemist turning lead into gold. However, the human mind is like a cocktail. Over time, gravity drags thoughts old and new down to the same hypogean mental space, where they intermingle and start to feel the same. For no reason in particular, I'm gonna say the word Garfield. Anyway, until you suddenly realize you're back where you started, faced with the same old you. I reached into my bag and withdrew a small tincture of colorless liquid. I held it over the glass of water, then let 2 drops fall before putting it away again. I stared at the glass for a moment, then drank it all in one go. I looked up at the window behind the sink. I saw my reflection. I stared. That hair, fluffy, long, tied childishly into a pair of black braids. My cheeks, plump yet framing a thin and round jaw, almost like a doll. My nose, slender and rounded at the end, covered in very light, large freckles. And my eyes, full, dark, strange. I felt a peculiar, warm tingle in my spine, and then shivered. My head ached slightly. It's not too late. Oh, this looks really good. I think I can,
That's a really good art piece, yeah.
I really like it's like a window, so it's like you get the faint reflection. It's a good effect.
Yeah, the lighting is really nice.
You could still give up on all of this. Go home. Have what you originally wanted, as you wanted it. Isn't there a part of you that still desires just that? I took a sharp breath, then I reached into my pocket, withdrawing a folded sheet of parchment. I removed my glasses and read the small, neat handwriting on it for what must have been the 10th time. By the way, am I like crazy, or is this scene being right here definitely new? Utsushikome, I apologize if it's inappropriate for me to send you a letter after all these years, and hypocritical of me, since I told you it would be best for you and I not to speak after the conclusion of our talks. At the risk of sounding like a busybody, I've been following the beginnings of your career intermittently over the past few years. Word reached me yesterday morning about the invitation your class received from the Order of the Universal Panacea, from an old friend of your grandfather and I. I don't know if you will still care, or if you have grown content in one way or another and this knowledge will be of no value to you. But you should know that the Order currently has in its care a patron named Samiam of Urusar, whom I believe I mentioned to you back when we spoke. Though you expressed a desire to seek him out, I told you that he'd withdrawn from public life so completely that it would be almost impossible to find. However, it would seem that circumstances have changed. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat. Yeah, like, I know you're thinking, Quiza, like, that just... I'm pretty sure that's when I remember this, or it's, like, things along these lines. Like... And, like, I feel like the later scene might still happen to an extent, but they're just taking some of the thoughts, putting them here. And I wanted to confirm that to say that, like, a lot of the changes, both the clearer ones like this, and just some of the more subtle ones, things getting mentioned, they all feel to me like, really good ways of just, like, making the beginning of the story hook you better, because I know, like, the author has talked a lot about, like, struggling with the beginning of the story being a very big slow burn and not hooking people, and just the struggles of that. And, like, sort of how, like, there's just so many conversations it needs to get through and set up along the way. And I feel like, you know, this is still fundamentally that kind of story that's for that kind of reader. But I think there's just, like, a lot of little things that have been incorporated into this first section, which, like, it's the demo, so it's like that for, like, hooking people, but also, like, it'll just be the beginning of the story when a full version's out. And, like, for that purpose, too, it's sort of, it's giving, I think, just, like, it's doing a really good job of giving, like, subtle clues of, like, this is something you want to learn more about. This is, like, an idea that's making it clear it's going to explore that I think just make it, like, a very effective beginning of the story. I think it's really done well, in my opinion. Like, I'm talking about it from the perspective of having read the story twice, but, like, to me, I'm like, oh yeah, this feels like it's just, like, on a technical level, like, regardless of one's personal feelings and how hooked they feel, on a technical level, it's, like, putting things in there that are designed to hook in ways that are still, like, slow burn and not, like, extreme plot hooks, but, like, questions you want to be answered. Like, it's doing a good job of integrating those well. I feel like, you know, the worries I've heard the author talk about on Discord about, like, the beginning hooking people, I feel like those worries have been acted on very effectively. A lot of those issues have been solved in cool, subtle ways here, and it's just really well done.
I mean, as a new reader, I definitely feel hooked, and I can't compare it to the original, but I think that the amount of... I agree that it does feel like a slow burn, and it's not like, here's the inciting incident, here's how the plot's gonna go.
And there's no turning it into that.
Right, and I don't necessarily want it to be, because I feel like it works really well with this story to give, like, some tantalizing lore and be like, ooh, don't you want to learn more about this history and this world building and everything?
And a lot of
and
that
also
is, like,
having the frame narrative, you know, impose a structure on it that we know, okay, we're trying to get to this point and we want to see how we get there, both in terms of character and in plot. But I think that I really enjoy generally I just tend to enjoy, like, slower paced character focused stories.
Yeah.
And I think that the setup of this being very, like, here's 3 characters having a philosophical conversation about death. And then 3 different, or, like, a different configuration of characters are going to have a similar conversation.
Yeah.
It's, like, engaging with the central themes and giving quite a few hooks and, like, interesting things that I really want to learn more about without making it seem like it's teasing me, you know?
Yeah. And, like, part of this is moving slightly faster. Part of, like, it's edited. And I feel like all these things, like, they're there in the web novel too, and I don't really have complaints with how the web novel does it, but it's like, it's the kind of thing where you're not that hooked on your first read, and then your second read, you're like, this is all amazing. Why didn't I like it the first time? And this, like, it feels like it just made subtle changes that make it better on the first time too.
I should have asked this at the beginning, but is this web novel version, or sorry, visual novel version, Are they planning to truncate it at all, or will it
Uh,
still have?
so I think it's truncated in the sense that it's just like edited down partially. It's just like a editing pass partially to fit the medium. And from what I understand, like basically, it's intended to have somewhat different events than the original. In a way, like the author described it as a sort of a B-side of events, in a way where
Okay.
like this is like sort of my assumption, but I assume it's like half like taking the opportunity to change some things after, years, like maybe you want to do things a little differently, partially fitting the medium better, and partially like keep it fun for like people who've read the web novel. Like I'm assuming, because like it's a murder mystery, that's part of the pitch, but like I'm assuming that like the plot is the same, but maybe some particular events maybe in the murder mystery are like different, so it's slightly different puzzles to solve. But
Okay.
she's also said that she intends this to eventually be like the main definitive way to experience it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we do not need to get down this tangent of adaptations, but I am definitely on the team of preferring an adaptation to be different than the source material and to actually adapt it and change it to make it fit the new medium better and also streamline or, you know, change things because you're always going to find ways to refine the narrative
Yeah.
after having years to sit on it. And I think it's good to take that opportunity and, like you said, to give people who have been fans for a long time a new way to engage or like, you know, new questions to ask.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, we have not exhausted the questions in the original though. There are like active discussions like within the last few weeks. Like I feel like if like there's been active discussions in the last few weeks of like people just like really like working at some of the mysteries that have been around for years, and really fun discussions, but it's like yeah, like but it'll also be fun to have some new ones.
Can never have too many.
Also, I picked a terrible time to go on this digression because like we're in the middle of like a really important letter. So,
Yeah, I mean, you stopped, so I was like, yeah, I'll just jump on this.
yeah. All
We
right.
can finish though.
All right. So, yeah. He withdrawn from society is impossible to find. Circumstances have changed. On the off chance you have forgotten, your grandfather and him were very, very close. Far more so than he and I ever were. I'm like hiccuping and stuff. Sorry. They were friends since their youth, and it was often said that he was his closest confidant. He was also, in his day, arguably among the world's foremost authorities on egomancy. I'm sure I don't need to
Another
say anything
one.
further. An interesting one. I can make no guarantees, but if there is anyone in the world who might know what happened to you, the specifics of your grandfather's involvement, and if anything could be done, it would be him. However, I understand that his health is in a grave state, and the members of the Order are struggling to keep him alive, even with their considerable resources, so this may be the last chance you have. To be frank, I was uncertain about sending this letter. If I were to offer my own perspective, it would be unchanged from what I told you back then, that it would be better for you to let this go. But in the end, I decided that it wasn't my right to make this decision for you. I wish you best, regardless of what you decide to do. Once again, I'm sorry for everything. Yours, Autonoe of Corinthia.
That was mentioned before, right?
Autonoe was mentioned.
Atanoe? About the letter from her mom?
I don't remember the exact wording of what was said. They probably were hinting at this. I looked back upwards and unfocused my eyes, so I was only staring out the window. I stood there like that for about a minute. Then I folded it up and walked away. Seems like that might be it. Hey.
Was good.
Glad you enjoyed it. Do you want to look through the parts of the glossary we didn't see?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's see. We saw Remaining Worlds, Mikos. We saw all of these. Definitely, let's do the Grimoire first because it's shorter. Arcana.
I think we got those two.
I think Scepter is the only one we didn't have here. A device used for storing Eris for incantations and bearing. Or no, we did get Scepter, didn't we? No, we didn't.
I don't actually know if we got it, but we learned about what it is.
Yes. Well,
like, an
ornamental head is often used to designate the status of the bearer. Despite what you might think, you don't need to point them at the target of an incantation to use it, though some people find it helps. Also, do you want to read any of these aloud?
I can, but can you go back to the characters? Because based on
Hmm.
the scepter thing, I wanted to look at what was in their holster things. I noticed with the nerdy guy,
Uh,
Theo, is that his name? Yeah. Is that teeny little thing his scepter?
I
Because at first when it mentioned
feel like
dueling, I was like,
it's.
oh, maybe it's like dagger or his
I
weapon.
think
It's
it's
pretty
not. I
small,
think he just doesn't have
but
one on him, at least in this art.
it could be on the other side.
Yeah. I don't think it's like
But
a
okay,
hard
that's part of his
guarantee that.
clothing.
I guess. Well,
Okay.
I guess most of them do have them on them.
Yeah, everyone else has it.
I guess.
So I was curious.
I don't know. Maybe he just has a small one in his pocket or something.
Okay. Is that a
Yeah.
scepter in your pocket or are you just happy to see me? Anyway,
Pissed off to see
can I
you.
see everybody else's?
So let's go. Ptolema. Hers looks like
Okay,
it's for dueling. It's in a
it's very basic. Yeah, it looks like you whack
scabbard.
somebody over the head with it.
Well, I think it's
Cool.
in like a scabbard. That's how I'm interpreting that.
No, but the top of it
All
is
right,
the
I
part that would
guess.
have the ornamentation. And
Well, I
she's
feel
really
that feel
rich.
well. Is it? I get. See, I was interpreting it like, oh, it's like the handle sticking out, but I guess it could also be like the top, because you do hold a scepter from the top, not from the bottom.
Right, but if the bottom had something on it, the bottom of the holster would have to be larger.
I guess, yeah,
Unless it was like a little thing. I don't know.
yeah. Uh, Cam.
Quiza said all of them are nerdy guys. Okay, well, one of them is the nerd archetype. See, she has a big ass thing at the bottom. This
Fair
is what I'm
enough.
talking about. Okay.
Sue's we don't really
So it's
see.
not so it's probably not actually tied to class then.
Do you want
Interesting.
like this is not important at all, so do you want me to just tell you?
Sure.
I believe it's mentioned in the story. It's points that like people just like customize them, decorate them, like personalize. It's not like a
Okay. It's just for
indicative
fun
thing.
more than
Yeah.
like a status symbol.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure there's status involved if you have like a fancy one, but like
Mhm.
if you're an arcanist at all, you probably have some status.
Right.
Don't really see hers, and yeah, Seth has the fancy one.
His is fancy too, but it's on the other side.
Yeah.
But I guess that means that's probably the top of it. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. All
It's
right.
interesting that everyone has one except Theo, but maybe I shouldn't read
Yeah,
too
I
much into
think
that.
chat was saying like I don't think chat has an answer for that. I think yeah.
Okay. Oh, fan of stuff said that they have something related to their school of magic on
They
the staff.
do. I
That's cool.
didn't remember that.
Especially sub schools, like Sue's is of her sub school of Thanatomancy.
Hmm.
Okay.
All right, so plane. Do you want to read any of these?
Sure. A complex term that in common parlance refers to an area of uninterrupted energy and gravity consistent space, or rather where all point particles are generalized according to the same dimensional attributes. One can consider it the framework which binds reality together, or at least reality as humans experience it.
Did we need this entry? I feel like we all know
Man.
this.
Yeah. Also, what do you mean all point particles are generalized? I don't care. I don't want to know, okay? Did I consider being a particle physicist in high school? Yes. But I've reformed.
I think we've seen a lot of these. Humanism is new.
A political ideology founded on the principle that individuals are entitled unconditionally to subsistence resources and the longest life reasonably possible, but that society should otherwise prioritize personal and economic freedoms. While dominant for the past 200 years, its star has begun to fall.
And now,
Okay.
Spiritism.
A political ideology founded on the principle that societies will become dysfunctional if resources are not distributed strictly equally. Once unquestionable following the collapse, its economic sluggishness has led to it being considered unviable outside of the holdouts of Meki, Arenca, and the Ropara Valley. That really gets into like the equity versus equality conversation,
There's
which we don't
there's
need to get into.
I believe there's a lot to the politics in this story. The
I'm
iron
sure.
workers.
The scholars who built the remaining world while the parties slept. I'm writing that down. Parties slept within the Tower of Asphodel. While some of the greatest geniuses of their era, they were still limited in their success and struggled to recreate the physical properties of the original universe from only inference and incomplete records. Can you stay on that one? I want to think about it. So later it mentioned towers during the Oh, I didn't write
talking
it
about
down.
logic bridges connecting to
I think it was
people.
after the mourning period. No, no, no. There was a discussion of like the Arcanists staying in their towers and like only coming out to perform miracles and then leaving again. And it was during a specific age or a
So
specific era.
so in chat, Quiz said that explaining a party would not be a spoiler and would be kind of useful to know. I think there is one way I could explain what parties are that is not a spoiler, and there's another way that'd be massive spoilers. But the parties are like ethnic groups slash nations
Oh,
ish.
okay.
When they mentioned,
Interesting.
I think we can find it in the Covenant. It said like six of the eight parties swore these
Six
oaths,
of the eight
and
parties.
like these two parties refused to. So that's like ethnic groups, societies, peoples that are doing their own thing.
Okay. And I remembered you mentioning like one of them was basically just Greece or Greek people. Would you say most of them are like pretty much one to one
I
analogous to
I don't
current
know about
societies or no?
I don't know about 1 to 1. I would say there's definitely like,
But you can tell like where the inspiration
yeah,
is. Like it's not.
there's general roots, and also I don't remember all of them. I think the Viraki are like Indian, but I could be wrong about that. I think Saoic is like Chinese Japanese.
Oh, Quizza says they're all Bronze Age
Yes. Oh
civilizations.
yeah, that's
Okay,
there's a lot
that's
of
cool.
general Bronze Age stuff,
I
inspiration
mean, it
and
mentioned that
concepts in
they
the
used
story.
bronze for, I can't remember what it was, but it was like instead of iron, they used bronze for something,
That's interesting.
which I thought was interesting. Yeah,
Uh,
obviously, we all know there are only two types of metal in the world, bronze and iron.
yep.
So,
You want to go to the next?
um, yeah, I remember asphodel was mentioned, but we can move on.
They mentioned it regarding logic bridges, logic engines.
Okay. Also, I do think the remaining world is kind of like a pessimistic way to name something.
Oh, it for
I
sure
know I said
is.
that before, but I still think so. It's like, well, this is what we got left. This is what we salvaged.
Pretty
It's like,
much.
okay, but when you get a certain point past the apocalyptic act that caused that, I feel like you should maybe forge a new identity. But, that's a different discussion.
Well, remember when they were talking about counting years, it was like year 1400 or so.
Oh, really? I did not
Yes,
remember that.
they talked. Sue mentioned that it's about
My
1400
notes are getting so
ish.
chaotic. Okay, cool.
So the collapse.
The cosmic apocalypse. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is what I needed to know. The cosmic apocalypse that destroyed humanity's homeworld in bygone days, as well as the vast majority of its population. Thankfully, cultural and technological knowledge remained largely intact, generally styled uncapitalized. Okay, this is cool because if most of society was destroyed in the Bronze Age, it's like, how did they keep all of that? You
Good
know?
question.
I feel like today it would not be that difficult to be like, to maintain a certain amount digitally or in records that we could transfer pretty easily just with a couple people surviving. Um, but in the Bronze Age, that would be significantly more difficult, and also knowledge wasn't as, it was a lot more difficult to access worldwide. Um, so I'm putting a pin in that, but I'm very curious. But also, I feel like with the kind of technology they have now, we would have to get farther than that. I could be wrong, but
there's a lot you don't know about that. There's a lot of
yeah.
there's a lot of things that
I'm
they
not
could have
really
put in the glossary so far and they haven't.
I'm not really attempting to come to conclusions as much as I'm trying to say, with the information I have, these are where my thoughts are going,
Yeah.
and maybe it's interesting to people.
See, luxury debt.
I mean, this one seems pretty clear, but a concept that replaced currency after replication arcana ended okay, that's really funny. Ended scarcity in the middle of the 13th century. Writing that down. Scarcity ended. Okay. That ended scarcity in the middle of the 13th century. While most things are free, when purchasing luxury items or property, you amass a debt that can only be repaid through labor or transferring the debt to another individual. Beyond a certain threshold determined by age and profession, new assets can no longer be purchased. Huh.
Logic
Okay.
engines. Have we seen logic engines? No, I don't think we
Yeah,
have.
we
We,
we
we have not seen this.
well, we've seen them talked about.
Right.
Cam said she was going to use hers, and
Mhm.
she had a backup, which seems like a rich person thing. Like that seems like you have a flat tire and you're like, "Oh, I'll just use my other car." But I don't know. A machine that processes information. Due to the remaining world's unstable speed of light, most operate mechanically, using hyper-resonant glass to transfer data using hydraulics and sound waves. Wait, unstable speed of light? Oh, I mean, they do have a fake sun, so why is it? Oh, that's so cool.
The
That's so
remaining
cool.
world is kind of a fucked place.
Okay, I need another page for my notes.
Like, I feel like just jumping back to a couple others, like, the Ironworker said the scholars who built the remaining world. And we go to, like,
Yeah,
play and
well,
stuff, or, like,
I mean, we know that we had like 5 planes that are like fucked up and not really capable of sustaining life before we got to the good ones. So
wasn't there, like, one on. Wasn't there an entry for the Mimikos here? I don't see it now. Oh, well.
maybe it's
And,
in places.
oh, yeah, it's places. Yeah, Mimikos. Yeah, I was just saying, like, another place where it's mentioned. This place was created.
Yeah. Hmm.
Anyway, back to
Okay.
logic.
While miniaturized to the point that they're bronze gears and more bronze. Okay, so I think this is just a case of like because they use iron for magic and their mental stuff, they can't use iron for regular building. While miniaturized to the point that their bronze gears can barely be discerned with the naked eye, they still require hundreds of levels of parallel processing to operate at tolerable speeds, severely limiting the functionality of smaller units. However, models using the power are available to arcanists and those with access to them. Okay.
I think we've read the Logic Bridge one.
That's really
Yeah.
interesting because technology, pure technology wise, they are kind of at the level of like the computer being a whole room. Maybe not to that extreme, but like,
Well,
it's not going to be handheld the same way. But if you have magic, that's not an issue.
to
You can
help you a
just,
little also, in the Covenant of the Morning Realms one, it mentioned some of the oaths were against communications and computing technology.
AI destroyed the planet. Okay, noted. Next.
I think the next we're on the last two, which are very interesting for their
Should I
own
read them
reason.
or
No,
is it
no, I'm just
spoilery?
no, just
Okay.
they put them in here. They chose to put them in here. Death.
The cessation of biological activity in an organism. Is it really that exotic to you? I suppose it must be. Very cool.
Interesting. Mance.
You're not thinking of going back in already, are you? Come on, I've barely even started. Okay, manse is a word, right?
Yes. It's think of it. I don't remember like the exact. It's similar to mansion. Household. House.
Okay. Oh, right, like your like ancestral manse or
Something
I
like
feel like
that.
I've heard it maybe manzi or something, but
I don't know. It sounds gives me like German vibes, which could be
okay.
totally wrong. But yeah.
Hang on, there's a couple things in the chat. Uh Cam mentioned her logic engine. If it did link to the glossary, we just missed it.
No, I think
I think
it.
there were
I
one or
I
two we
know at
didn't
that
click.
scene it linked to Logic Bridge. It just didn't to Logic Engine. Also, it's like sometimes
Okay.
some things can just be here for you to check out. You know.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I was reading this, I would not be looking things up like this. Like, I'd be like, parrotism. Yeah, I wonder what that is. They'll tell me when they tell me, or I'll figure it out on context, you
Yeah,
know?
I'm just like, cause
Like,
I'm like, ooh, the demo of this is finally here. I want to see all the stuff that's in it, so I'm going out of my way.
yeah. And because this is all I get for the moment, I think it's cool to be able to dig a little bit more into the lore and see, like, this maybe there wasn't space to info dump, or maybe not space, but it wasn't strategic or a good story to info dump in the narrative, but we get the info dumping here, which is still cool.
Yep.
It reminds me of there's an app for Wheel of Time called the Wheel of Time Compendium, where basically for every book it'll list characters because there's too many to keep track of, and so it'll only give you spoilers up to the book you've read.
Mm.
And that's kind of a similar concept to here of like, if I looked up something like Logic Engine, I would probably find things out I didn't want to know. But just
Yeah,
getting like the bare bones explanation of like, this is what it's okay to know this at this point in the story, I think is helpful.
yeah. I think it's everything is here intentionally.
Hmm.
Curious, does it? Oh, well, that last screen, I just click. It brings me back to the menu. All right. Uh, do we have any more chatting about it at all that we want to do? Any more super interesting notes that you want to bring up?
No, I mean, I have some thoughts about Sue's body and the mystery of that, but I think I can hold those. It's not really going to be
There's.
thematically interesting, I think.
Do you have like? Give me one guess about what that is? Because I think some of the people watching would also find that interesting to hear.
That the Order was experimenting on her in some way, and now they want her back so they can see how that's going.
Interesting guess.
That's my number one guess right now.
Interesting guess. All right. So I would say this has been a great time. I feel like I was unsure going in today. Do I want to do the stream? Do I want to invite a guest? But this was very fun. Glad people show up to watch. Had a great time with you with this Eve.
Yeah,
Uh,
thank you guys, and thank you, Werb, for inviting me. It was very fun, and it was a great excuse for me to finally get off my ass and read some of this.
yeah. Based off of how engaged you seem to be with the characters and the writing and the and taking notes on the lore and all, uh, you should definitely read it. I don't know how it factors into your reading plans because I am well aware that just as I do, you also have a lot of long stuff you're currently in the middle of reading. So
Mm-hmm.
I won't judge you if you take a bit before you want to jump into this because the web novel is long. But
So I've heard.
what's I mean how is your interest level in doing that at the moment?
I mean, honestly, not having a lot of experience with either web novels or visual novels, I feel like if in a perfect world, I would say, oh, I want to continue with the visual novel, because I thought that it really added a lot.
Mhm.
Obviously, that's not possible right now,
Yeah,
and I'm not sure I want to wait until it,
it's
is
a
available in a
tough
longer form.
situation. There's
Yeah,
a lot of
so
people where I'm like, there's people where I'm like, I so want you to read this. You should just definitely like years from now when this all in a visual novel form.
I mean, I assume it'll come out in installments, right? They're
Yeah,
not
oh
going to drop
yeah,
all 1.5
yeah, but
million
it's
words,
also
but
like like just getting into an ongoing web novel which updates like pretty regularly is I feel like for some people they just want it to be done and I'm like I don't know if I can convince people
yeah.
until it's all done and in visual novel form.
I mean, obviously not to the tune of 1.5 million words, but I do have some experience reading frequently updating things with fan fiction. But I haven't been doing that for the last probably year and a half, so I've really gotten out of the vibe, the zone of that.
Yeah.
Um, and I tend to be better as like a binge reader of like I want to just read until I can stop, like until I want to stop.
Yeah.
Um,
So and
but
like
in this case, that's really fine because how long is it going to take me to catch up? A long time. So,
yeah, and like ultimately I mean I caught up with the story, kept up with for a while for various reasons, kind of fell off, took a break, reread it because at that point I liked the story enough to want to spend that time and like I don't think it's the worst thing to like catch up with something, wait for there to be more, catch up again,
yeah.
and it's like it's because it's I so wanna because it's like it would be nice for it to all be done, and I so want like this. I totally get when people just want that like that experience, just jumping into it when it's completely done. But then it's like I think that even just the story as it currently is, well worth the read.
Yeah, I'm definitely not in the camp of needing it to be done. I think I'm more I wouldn't say intimidated, but logically cautious of
Yeah,
the length, I
fair.
would say, just because I have so many other um longer things that I want to get through. And also, frankly, I think this is less uh it's a smaller property, and less I feel like as someone who feels like I'm still trying to catch up with fantasy and I'm still missing some of the like classics,
Yeah, same.
it's hard for me to be now I'm going to divert my energy and read this thing that I can talk to two people
Yeah,
about,
but
but
I'd say
also
the
it's a cool
Discord.
story, you know?
I will
And
mention like the if you do choose to read it, I feel like I'm sure that the people in the chat here watching like enjoyed your thoughts and your notes on it, and like it's not a massive community, but the Discord is, I still say, relatively active, definitely pretty passionate. And like if
Mhm.
you want people to talk to as you read it, to post reactions to, like there's the people for that if you want to join the Discord as you do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys in chat didn't enjoy this stream, don't tell me. I don't want to know. But I know I had fun just, you know, seeing other people's thoughts on it and being able to share my own thoughts as they came up. So I think it is really cool with long form stories like this, and especially ones that aren't done, to be able to like engage in that way. And even though I have none of the information, it feels really cool. Um, and also as someone who loves spoilers, I'm like, you know, I feel like I could get engaged early in fandom before I had caught up. So yeah, I'm definitely interested. I really,
Yeah, and
I
even
mean,
if
I
you're
think there
just
are a lot of
even
things in the story that do just appeal to me on a base level of like themes I like or character things that I like in a narrative, and you knew that, and
yeah,
that's why you keep mentioning it to me. And I definitely trust your. I trust that you have calibrated what I enjoy in media by this point. And based on this little teaser, it seems like there are a lot of things that I really gravitate to in stories. So
yeah.
yeah,
And the story's barely even had any lesbian content yet.
I know. I mean, listen, there's always lesbian content for those with eyes to see.
Oh yeah.
Um, but there's some tension, and I don't really know what's going on between between Sue and Ran. Like, there's a lot of hints about their past that neither of them want to talk about, which seems a bit lesbianly fraught. And I that seems like the kind of thing that probably wouldn't come up for like 75,000 words or 750,000. So
Well,
that's okay.
there are some things where there is like there's a specific point in the story that's a pretty good ways in, where like you have to get there to really get stuff, but it's also like it's a slow burn that builds along the way. It doesn't do nothing and make you wait for ages before it gives you stuff. Like I'd say you get interesting information about Sue and Ran, among many other things. You get interesting information at like a pretty decent rate along the
Hmm.
way.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know how I'd feel just from the web novel, but from this like small starter portion, I feel like I have a lot of trust in the author already, that you can tell they've really thought through a lot of the world and a lot of the themes that they're setting up, where sometimes it's not obvious from the jump. And you it takes time to build up that trust and be like, are you really going to follow through on all of these things you're setting up? Um, and I think in this case, there's so much being set up and so many like little things that clearly need to be addressed later or explored later, that it makes me not necessarily trust that it'll be done well,
It's
although
like,
I trust your opinion on that, but it makes me excited.
yeah, there's for a lot of things, especially regarding the mystery, this story flowers sort of like it's indicates a level of ambition that makes me like with some things, when things get too ambitious you start to trust them less, but then there's a level of
Hmm.
ambition where it's like once they get that ambitious I trust them more, because you don't do this if you don't have a plan. You just don't.
Yeah, you
And
have to
also,
be cooking
yeah,
something.
and also
It's
when
it's like
you're
Malazan. I'm like, I have no idea where he's going
yes,
with this,
and it's
but
not
he's
like
going somewhere for
and it's
sure.
not like a Song of Ice and Fire, because it's like this is getting pretty regular releases, like so it's not in like some
Hmm.
kind of like development hell. And there's a lot, like I would say, because you're saying it seems like the author's like thought through the setting a lot. I would like I say this playfully because I don't really know how it works in the author's brain. Like I've chatted with her a little bit on Discord, but like I don't know how she thinks, but like it reads as though it's written by someone who like compulsively cannot help but think through the logic of how a setting would work. That is like, it feels like there's this need to justify scientifically and economically and
Hmm.
especially politically, like Like the when it feels like the author thinks of like a basic premise to a setting, her mind with beyond her ability to control just starts thinking of, okay, what are the political factions that would arise around this.
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of how you end up with such a long story.
Yeah.
If your brain
And
keeps spiraling and
yeah,
adding more
that is for
content.
sure a factor, but then it's like it's interesting stuff. That's part of why I love this story, and part of why I like its length and like the detail it goes into things, is because like it is for the most part like interesting stuff. It is honestly, it's like one of the like it's like top three most interesting settings in fiction. You know, with like Malazan being another one of them for me.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, Quiza just mentioned in the chat the CanMom live blog. CanMom is a huge Baru analysis person. Um,
Yeah,
and
can
so now I'm like, the overlap is
yeah,
that's
no,
a
this is
very promising
I
sign.
don't because okay, revealing another thing similar to Sue for me that I remember random old conversations for a while back. Because I remember talking to you like years ago, Eve, that like there was a point where like I was like something came up about like Can Mom because you're in like the lesbian reader Tumblr sphere, and I was like I was, or maybe I brought her up. I was like, oh yeah, I've like talked to Can Mom a little in Flower's Discord server about Flower because she was reading it.
Man, I blocked that out, but that's very cool.
That yeah, that conversation
And I
happened between
definitely
us.
I believe you. Now that you say it, I'm like, "Oh, I do remember." But I think that that's a very good sign, when you see someone whose opinions you really like, and who obviously is very invested in a different book series that I love, Bar Cormorant. Um, being into another property, you're like, "Oh, maybe I should look at that too." So, very cool.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I have one. I unless is anything pressing for you to manage because I probably should be getting to bed.
Yeah,
Uh.
I mean, I'm sure I can bug you with my thoughts
Yeah.
later,
And if
but
you start engaging with if you start engaging with the story more in a way where anyone listening would want more of your thoughts, you can join the Discord and share them. So, well, my last question for you before we're done is, what dynamic do you like more in a lesbian sense, Sue and Ran or Sue and Cam?
definitely Sue and Rand, just because I feel like they have more unsaid between them. Um, Sue and Cam, it feels like to me, it feels like there's more potential of like, oh, they have like some flirty, like weird dynamic going on maybe, and there's a rivalry. And this is how I would play it. I have actually no idea um, how any of this has gone or would go because obviously I don't have much information. Um, But I feel like with Sue and Ran, there's a very deep sense of history between them. And whether that history has any romantic or sexual component, they clearly don't have a typical friendship, or at least in Sue's eyes, they don't have a typical friendship. And I think it's much more interesting to me to be like, to consider the possibility that they have a failed relationship or that they have some sort of one sided feeling that has been sublimated or not allowed to be expressed for this time. But there's clearly some tension between them that they're both aware of, and I think that that is very, very good. Whereas with the other one, it feels like it could be fun and it could develop more, but to me, there's less of a like an angsty history between them. Um, and I just enjoy the
Yeah,
angst.
I mean, I would say for both, the details go like far beyond that. I'm not commenting on specific guesses or what you're right or wrong about, but I'd say you've generally judged the character of those two ships pretty well.
Hmm.
In that one, like Sue and Ran is a very interesting, nuanced, complex history thing, but Sue and Kim is really fun.
And Fan of Stuff is talking about Ran and Cam. I have a question about that, which is if Sue and Cam are vying for third and fourth place, do we know where Ran is in that
Uh,
ranking of their
we
classmates?
have a. I don't remember off the top. We know it, but I have don't remember off the top of my head. I think Ran is like in the middle,
So
maybe lower.
she's below them.
Yes, it's sort
Okay.
of mentioned that
Yeah.
I don't
That's what
remember.
I thought, that she had less natural talent or
Yes, it
something.
mentioned that somewhere she's not like some like like genius. Like Sue like does crazy
Right.
math. Sue does crazy math in her head. She can just do that. And there's other students with similar things. There's students that are. I think there's. It's not like a main theme, but I think there's like decent discussion of like what makes someone a prodigy, what makes someone like what is
Mm.
talent, what is actually
Yeah,
like, what
natural
is
ability versus
and
work
like
and
does
merit.
natural ability lead to better results in practice, things like that. And I think there's like interesting different sides on that, and Ran is definitely on the side of like she's a hard worker. She has like I was another thing to like yap more than I should when I said we were almost done is that like I think Flower's really good at portraying different kinds of intelligence and characters who feel
Mm.
all very intelligent but approach things in totally different ways. And I think Rand's style of intelligence is one that I think is really interesting and like compelling and valuable. But then she's just not like what like super genius student type. She's like a hard worker, very grounded. And what did I want to say regarding that? I wanted to say, again, like that is another way in which she reminds me a lot of Tavor from Malazan.
Real. Listen, I've been trying not to bring up Malazan constantly because it does not have mass appeal to the audience, but I think there are definitely some parallels. Rand, I think, has said more in this preview than Tavor has said lines of dialogue in the entire series.
Real?
But, you know, that aside, I definitely think they both have a very grounded, like, I have a problem right now and I'm going to just deal with that kind of
Yeah.
nature that does not relate to me at all, but I think it's really fascinating in a character.
Yeah.
And I think contrasting that with Sue, who's obviously overthinking everything, is a really good character dynamic.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, now we can really be done.
Yeah. I think that's all I can think of to say. Again, this has been a great time. Thank you, Eve, for doing this with me. It was really fun. This way, like, and turned like a casual thought, but maybe I'll stream it to something really fun. And thanks for everyone who showed up to watch. I'm
Yeah, thank you,
glad
everyone.
people showed up. All
Had a
right.
great time. Have a good night.
Stream over as soon as I find where I have to click to end it. All right. Goodbye.